Tonight, we turn gently toward a question that has lingered beneath one of the most familiar stories in the wizarding world. A question not of spells or battles, but of choice, intention, and consequence. Albus Dumbledore is remembered as wise, patient, and quietly powerful. Yet as we move slowly through the details of his life, another shape begins to emerge, softer, more uncertain, and more human. As you settle into stillness, allow the story to unfold at its own pace, not to decide, but to understand how even the most trusted figures may carry shadows alongside their light. There are few names in the wizarding world that carry the same quiet weight as Albus Dumbledore. For many, his name is spoken with a kind of steady reassurance, as though it belongs not just to a person, but to an idea. A symbol of wisdom, of guidance, of a calm presence in moments when the world itself seemed uncertain. Students at Hogwarts knew him as a headmaster who seemed to understand far more than he ever chose to say. Members of the Order of the Phoenix trusted him as a leader who could see paths through darkness that others could not yet perceive. Even those who feared him often did so with a strange kind of respect, as though they recognized something in him that could not easily be dismissed. Over time, this reputation grew into something almost untouchable. Stories of his brilliance at school, his defeat of Gellert Grindelwald, and his long resistance against Lord Voldemort became part of the shared memory of the magical world. Each story added another layer until the man himself seemed to exist somewhere behind the legend, partially obscured by it. It became easy to speak of him in certain ways, to describe him as the greatest wizard of his age, as though that title alone could explain everything that he was. Yet reputations, no matter how carefully built, are rarely complete. They are shaped by what is seen, by what is remembered, and sometimes by what is quietly left unspoken. In Dumbledore's case, much of what defined him existed beneath the surface, in decisions made away from public view, in moments that were known only to a few, or perhaps only to him. His life, when examined closely, does not unfold as a simple story of goodness standing against darkness. Instead, it moves in careful, complicated steps, shaped by choices that were not always clear and by outcomes that were not always certain. To understand the question that lingers around him, it becomes necessary to look not only at what he achieved, but at how he achieved it. The protection of the wizarding world, the defeat of powerful enemies, the guidance of those who would one day carry the burden forward, these were not things that happened by chance. They were the result of careful planning, of long patience, and at times, of decisions that required a willingness to accept consequences that others might have refused. There is a quiet difference between being admired and being understood. Admiration often rests on distance, on the ability to see only the parts of a person that fit within a certain image. Understanding, by contrast, asks for something more patient. It asks for attention to detail, for a willingness to remain with the story even when it becomes uncomfortable, and for the recognition that a single life can hold more than one truth at the same time. In the years following the fall of Voldemort, many came to look back on Dumbledore's actions with a sense of clarity that had not always been present before. Details emerged, conversations were remembered differently, and the paths he had set in motion began to reveal their full shape. Some saw in this a deeper confirmation of his wisdom, a demonstration that every choice had been part of a larger design. Others began to wonder whether that design had come at a cost that had not been fully acknowledged. These questions do not arrive loudly. They do not demand immediate answers. Instead, they settle slowly, much like the stories themselves. They ask whether the choices he made were always as necessary as they appeared, whether the people around him were guided or directed, protected or placed in harm's way for a greater purpose. They ask whether his understanding of what was right ever crossed into a quiet certainty that left little room for doubt. It is not a simple thing to examine a figure who has come to represent so much. There is a natural tendency to preserve the image that has already been formed, to leave it untouched rather than risk altering it. But stories, when followed carefully, often reveal more than they first appear to contain. They move beyond the surface, into spaces where intention and consequence do not always align in obvious ways. Dumbledore himself was not unaware of this complexity. In quiet moments, he spoke of his own limitations, of mistakes that had shaped him, and of the weight that came with knowing how easily power could be misused. These reflections suggest a man who understood something important about himself, not as a perfect guide, but as someone who had once stood closer to the edge than others might realize. And so the question begins not as an accusation, but as a point of quiet curiosity. Not whether he was simply good or simply something else entirely, but whether the story that surrounds him contains more than one layer. Whether beneath the image of the wise headmaster, there existed a person shaped by choices that were sometimes uncertain, sometimes difficult, and sometimes hidden from view. To follow that question requires patience. It asks for a careful return to the beginning, to the moments before the legend had fully taken shape. Because only there, in the earlier parts of his life, does it become possible to see how the person and the reputation began to diverge, and how the path that led to admiration was formed not in a single moment, but across many quiet decisions that would echo far into the future. From an early age, Albus Dumbledore was recognized as something unusual, even among those for whom magic was an ordinary part of life. In a small village where children learned simple charms alongside their letters, his abilities seemed to move ahead of him, as though his understanding had arrived before experience had time to catch up. Family stories spoke of small moments, objects shifting without touch, patterns traced in the air before he could properly explain them, quiet displays that suggested not just talent, but an instinctive connection to magic itself. These early signs were met with pride, but also with a certain watchfulness. Exceptional ability, while admired, often carried expectations that were not always spoken aloud. There is a subtle difference between a child who is encouraged and one who is quietly observed for what they might become. In Dumbledore's case, that line was present from the beginning. He was not only learning magic, but being seen through it, measured in ways that would follow him long after those first years had passed. As he grew older, this sense of difference became more defined. He was drawn not only to the practice of magic, but to its structure, its theory, and its deeper patterns. While other children delighted in the visible effects of spells, he lingered on the questions beneath them. Why certain charms worked as they did, why some transformations held while others faded, why magic itself seemed to follow rules that could be studied as carefully as any language. These were not questions that most children asked, and yet for him, they felt natural. There is a quiet separation that can form when understanding begins to move ahead of those around you. It is not always loneliness, at least not in a way that is immediately recognized. Instead, it is a gradual shift, a sense that conversation begins to change, that certain thoughts are easier to keep unspoken, not out of secrecy, but out of the recognition that they may not easily be shared. For Dumbledore, this separation did not isolate him entirely, but it did begin to shape how he moved through the world, observing more than he revealed, thinking beyond what was expected. At Hogwarts, this pattern continued, though in a setting that was better suited to his abilities. Surrounded by others who were also learning, also discovering the boundaries of magic, he found a place where his talent could expand more freely. Yet even there, the distance remained. Professors noted his skill, his precision, his ability to grasp complex ideas with a kind of ease that made difficult subjects appear simple. His work did not just meet expectations, it often moved beyond them, exploring connections that others had not yet considered. Recognition came naturally in such an environment, and with it, a certain kind of identity. To be known as brilliant is not only to be praised, but to be defined. Others begin to expect a consistency, a reliability and excellence that can quietly shape behavior over time. Success becomes not just an outcome, but a pattern to be maintained. In Dumbledore's case, this expectation did not seem to burden him openly, but it did begin to influence the way he approached both learning and those around him. There are moments in any life when ability begins to turn inward, when it becomes not only a tool for understanding the world, but a way of positioning oneself within it. For some, this leads to confidence, for others, to caution. In Dumbledore, it appeared as something more balanced, a calm awareness of what he could do, paired with a careful control over how much of that ability he chose to display. He was not one to seek attention, and yet attention found him regardless. Beneath this calm surface, however, there were quieter currents forming. Ambition, when it exists in subtle forms, does not always appear as a desire for power or recognition. It can begin as a simple curiosity, a wish to see how far something can be taken, how deeply a subject can be understood, how completely a problem can be solved. In Dumbledore, this curiosity was constant, a steady presence that encouraged him to look beyond immediate answers toward broader possibilities. It is in this space that ambition and intellect often begin to overlap. The desire to understand becomes linked with the desire to act, to shape outcomes, rather than simply observe them. This transition is rarely sudden. It builds gradually, through small decisions, through the realization that knowledge carries influence, and that influence, if applied carefully, can alter the course of events. At the same time, there remained a part of him that seemed aware of the limits of such thinking. His early experiences within his family, the responsibilities that had already begun to gather around him, served as a quiet counterbalance. He was not free to pursue every path that his abilities might have opened. There were obligations, expectations that existed beyond academic success, reminders that life was not shaped by intellect alone. This balance between possibility and responsibility did not resolve itself easily. Instead, it remained present, a quiet tension that followed him as he continued to grow. On one side, there was the world of ideas, of theory and potential, of questions that reached far beyond the immediate. On the other, there was the reality of family, of circumstances that required attention, care, and often sacrifice. It is tempting to see these elements as separate, to imagine that one existed apart from the other. But in Dumbledore's case, they were deeply connected. His intelligence did not remove him from responsibility, nor did his responsibilities diminish his capacity to think beyond them. Instead, each influenced the other, shaping the decisions he would later make in ways that were not always visible at the time. As his reputation for brilliance continued to grow, so too did the expectations placed upon him, both by others and, perhaps more quietly, by himself. There is a subtle pressure that accompanies the knowledge of one's own ability, a sense that it must be used, that it cannot remain idle. This pressure does not always manifest as urgency, but it exists nonetheless, guiding choices in ways that may not be immediately recognized. In these early years, nothing about Dumbledore suggested a clear path toward darkness or harm. His actions remained measured, his interests grounded in understanding rather than domination. Yet within that understanding lay the beginnings of something more complex. A recognition that knowledge could shape outcomes, that influence could be exercised in ways both direct and indirect, and that the line between observation and action was not always as fixed as it might appear. It is in these quiet beginnings that the larger question starts to take form, not as a conclusion, but as a possibility. The idea that even the most admired qualities, intelligence, curiosity, and ambition, can carry within them the potential for unintended consequence, not because they are flawed in themselves, but because of how they are applied and the circumstances in which they are allowed to grow. To understand Dumbledore fully, it becomes necessary to remain within this space of early development, where nothing is yet decided, and everything remains open. Because it is here, in the combination of brilliance and quiet ambition, that the foundation is laid for choices that will later shape not only his own life, but the lives of many others. The Dumbledore household was, at first glance, much like many others in the wizarding world. A place of quiet routine, of shared meals and small comforts, where magic moved gently through daily life without drawing attention to itself. Yet beneath that surface, there existed a set of circumstances that would shape Albus far more deeply than any lesson learned at school. His family was not simply a background to his story, it was the center of it, the place where his understanding of responsibility, power, and consequence began to take form. His father, Percival Dumbledore, had once been known as a fair and capable man, respected in his work and devoted to his family. But that image fractured in a single moment of violence when he attacked a group of muggles who had harmed his daughter. The act itself was driven by anger and grief, but its consequences were immediate and irreversible. He was imprisoned, and in doing so, he left behind not only his position in the world, but his place within his family. For Albus, still young at the time, this event carried a weight that extended far beyond the absence of a parent. It introduced him to a truth that would follow him for the rest of his life. That power, even when used with what feels like justification, can lead to outcomes that cannot be undone. His father's choice was not simple cruelty, but neither could it be excused. It existed in a space between emotion and consequence, where intention did not protect against judgment. If Percival's imprisonment marked the beginning of one kind of burden, his sister, Ariana's condition, marked the beginning of another. After the attack she suffered as a child, her magic did not disappear, but instead became something unstable and unpredictable. It moved without control, erupting in ways that could not be anticipated or easily contained. What had once been a natural gift became a source of fear, both for her and for those around her. The nature of Ariana's condition was not widely understood at the time, but its effects were unmistakable. She could not attend Hogwarts, could not learn to channel her abilities in the way that other young witches and wizards did. Instead, her life became confined to the home, shaped by moments of calm, interrupted by sudden and often dangerous outbursts of magic. For the family, this created a constant state of vigilance, a need to be prepared for what could not be predicted. Their mother, Kendra, carried the greatest share of this responsibility. She withdrew from the wider world, choosing isolation as a means of protection, not only for Ariana, but for the family as a whole. There was always the risk that her condition would be discovered, that others would misunderstand or interfere in ways that could make the situation worse. Secrecy became a necessity, not a choice. For Albus, this environment altered the shape of his early life in quiet but significant ways. While his abilities continued to grow, while his understanding of magic expanded, there was always the presence of something else. A reminder that knowledge did not guarantee control, and that power, when left unchecked, could become something dangerous even to those who possessed it. Responsibility, in this context, was not introduced as an abstract idea. It was immediate and constant. He was not simply a child learning about the world, but someone who was expected to understand his place within it earlier than most. There were tasks to be shared, burdens to be carried, and decisions to be made with an awareness that extended beyond his own desires. This expectation did not come through direct instruction alone. It was present in the way his mother spoke, in the way the household was managed, in the quiet understanding that certain things could not be discussed outside the home. There is a particular kind of maturity that forms in such environments, one that does not always announce itself, but instead develops gradually, through repeated moments of necessity. At the same time, there were limits to what any individual could manage, regardless of their intelligence or strength. The situation with Ariana was not something that could be solved through study or effort alone. It required patience, endurance, and often acceptance of outcomes that could not be changed. This introduced a different kind of lesson, one that existed alongside his academic growth but did not always align with it. It is here that a subtle tension begins to appear. On one side, there is the expanding world of knowledge, of theory and possibility, where problems can be approached, analyzed, and often resolved. On the other, there is the reality of his home, where understanding does not necessarily lead to solutions, and where some conditions exist beyond the reach of even the most careful reasoning. This tension did not express itself openly, but it remained present, influencing the way Albus thought about both himself and the world around him. There is a natural inclination, particularly in those who possess great ability, to believe that problems can be addressed if only they are understood deeply enough. Yet his experiences at home provided a counterpoint to this belief, a reminder that not all challenges can be approached in the same way. As he grew older, the weight of these circumstances became more defined. He was aware not only of his own potential, but of the limitations placed upon it by his responsibilities. The idea of leaving home to pursue a wider future was not simply a matter of choice. It was connected to the well-being of those he would leave behind, particularly his sister, whose condition required constant care. There is a quiet complexity in this kind of situation. It does not present itself as a clear decision between right and wrong, but as a series of considerations, each carrying its own consequences. To remain is to accept limitation. To leave is to risk harm to others. Neither path offers complete resolution. For Albus, this reality began to shape not only his actions, but his understanding of what it meant to make a decision at all. Choices were no longer defined solely by personal desire or logical outcome, but by a broader awareness of impact. This awareness, while grounding, also introduced a kind of internal division. The part of him that sought knowledge and expansion existed alongside the part that recognized obligation and restraint. It is in this environment that certain patterns begin to form, a tendency to think ahead, to consider not only immediate outcomes but long-term consequences, a habit of weighing possibilities carefully, sometimes at the cost of direct action, and perhaps most significantly, a willingness to accept that some decisions require sacrifice, even when that sacrifice is not evenly distributed. These patterns would not remain confined to his early life. They would follow him into later years, shaping the way he approached leadership, influence, and the role he would come to play in the wider wizarding world. But at this stage, they existed in quieter forms, still developing, still influenced by circumstances that were as much emotional as they were practical. The Dumbledore household, then, was not simply a place of upbringing. It was a setting in which the boundaries between power and responsibility were first encountered, not as abstract concepts, but as lived experience. It was where Albus began to understand that ability alone does not determine outcome, and that even the most careful intentions can lead to results that cannot be controlled. To consider these early influences is not to assign blame or to draw conclusions, but to recognize the conditions under which his character began to take shape. Because it is within these conditions, marked by loss, secrecy, and constant responsibility, that the foundation is laid for the choices that will come later. Choices that, when viewed from a distance, may seem deliberate and precise, but which were formed within a life that was anything but simple. When Albus Dumbledore completed his years at Hogwarts, the future that lay before him seemed, in many ways, already decided. His academic achievements had not only distinguished him among his peers, but had placed him in a position where opportunities appeared almost without effort. There were expectations from professors, quiet assumptions from those who had observed his progress, and a broader sense that his path would lead outward into the wider wizarding world. It was the kind of future often imagined for those whose abilities set them apart early, one of travel, discovery, and influence. Yet the moment that might have marked the beginning of that journey did not unfold as expected. Instead, it became something quieter, more confined, shaped not by possibility alone, but by the circumstances waiting for him at home. The responsibilities that had once existed alongside his studies now stood fully in his path, no longer something to balance, but something that demanded attention in its entirety. Ariana's condition had not improved with time. If anything, it had become more difficult to manage. Her magic, still unpredictable, required constant care, and the strain of maintaining that care had begun to show in the family as a whole. Their mother, Kendra, who had held the situation together for so long, was no longer able to carry that burden alone. There was no clear solution, no external help that could be safely sought without risking exposure. The responsibility remained within the household, contained and unspoken. For Albus, this created a moment of decision that was not entirely visible to others. To leave, to follow the path that had been expected of him, would have meant stepping away from a situation that required his presence. To stay would mean setting aside, at least for a time, the future that had seemed so certain. Neither option presented itself as entirely right or entirely wrong. Each carried its own consequences, not only for himself, but for those around him. He chose to remain. The choice itself was quiet, without ceremony or declaration. It did not come with recognition or approval from a wider audience. It was simply a decision made within the context of his family, one that altered the course of his life in ways that would only become fully visible much later. In choosing to stay, he accepted a role that extended beyond what might typically be expected of someone his age. He became not only a son and brother, but a central support within a household defined by ongoing crisis. There is a particular kind of weight that comes with such decisions, especially when they are made at the point where one path must be left behind for another. It is not always expressed outwardly. Often, it exists as a quiet awareness, a recognition of what has been set aside, even when the choice itself feels necessary. For Albus, this awareness did not disappear. It remained present, shaping his thoughts in ways that were not always immediately visible. At the same time, the act of choosing duty did not remove the part of him that had once imagined something different. His curiosity, his ambition, his desire to explore the deeper structures of magic did not vanish simply because circumstances required him to remain in place. Instead, these elements continued to exist, but without the same outlet they might otherwise have had. They became internal, held within, rather than expressed outwardly. This creates a kind of tension that is not easily resolved. To carry within oneself both the acceptance of responsibility and the awareness of unrealized potential is to exist in a space between two realities, one grounded in necessity, the other shaped by possibility. For some, this tension may fade over time. For others, it remains, influencing the way future decisions are approached. In Albus's case, it did not disappear. It settled into his thinking, becoming part of the way he viewed both himself and the world around him. There is a quiet shift that occurs when someone recognizes that their choices are not entirely their own, that they are shaped by factors beyond personal desire. This shift can lead to a greater sense of discipline, a deeper understanding of consequence, but it can also lead to something else, a subtle questioning of what might have been, and whether different choices could have led to different outcomes. During this period, his life became more contained. The wider world, once within reach, now existed at a distance. Days were shaped by routine, by the needs of the household, by the ongoing effort to maintain stability in a situation that resisted it. There were moments of calm, of relative quiet, but they were often interrupted by the unpredictable nature of Ariana's condition. Each interruption served as a reminder of why he had chosen to remain. It is important to recognize that this choice was not made in isolation from his character. It reflects something fundamental about the way he approached responsibility. Even at a young age, there was an inclination to consider not only what he could do, but what he should do. This distinction, while subtle, becomes significant over time. It suggests a mindset that places weight on obligation, on the idea that certain actions are required, regardless of personal cost. At the same time, this approach carries its own complexities. To consistently prioritize what is perceived as necessary over what is desired can lead to a form of self-restraint that, while admirable, is not without consequence. It can create a pattern in which personal judgment becomes increasingly central, where decisions are made based on an internal sense of what is right, rather than on external validation or shared perspective. This pattern, once established, does not easily change. It becomes part of the way choices are made, part of the framework through which situations are understood. In later years, this tendency would appear again, in different forms, in different contexts. But its origins can be traced back to this period, where the act of choosing duty over opportunity began to shape not only his circumstances, but his approach to decision-making itself. There is also the question of how such choices are perceived, both by the individual and by others. From one perspective, remaining at home can be seen as an act of care, a willingness to sacrifice for the sake of family. From another, it may be viewed as a limitation, a restriction placed upon someone whose abilities could have been applied more broadly. These perspectives are not mutually exclusive. They exist alongside one another, each offering a different way of understanding the same decision. For Albus, the meaning of that choice likely shifted over time. What began as a response to immediate necessity may have later been understood in different terms, shaped by subsequent events and reflections. The initial decision, however, remains a key moment, one in which the direction of his life moved away from what had been expected and towards something less certain. In examining this period, it becomes clear that the question is not simply whether he chose correctly, but how that choice influenced everything that followed. Because decisions made under pressure, especially those that involve sacrifice, tend to leave lasting impressions. They shape not only outcomes, but the way future choices are approached. This moment, then, is not defined by a single action, but by the beginning of a pattern in which responsibility is given priority, in which personal ambition is set aside, and in which decisions are made with an awareness of consequences that extend beyond the self. It is a pattern that would later appear in more complex forms, influencing actions that affected far more than just his immediate surroundings. To understand the path that Dumbledore would later take, it is necessary to remain with this moment, to consider not only what he chose, but why. Because within that choice lies the foundation of a way of thinking that would shape his role in the wizarding world for years to come, guiding decisions that would carry both intention and consequence in equal measure. It was during this period of quiet confinement, when the rhythm of daily life had settled into something steady and unchanging, that a new presence entered Godric's Hollow. The arrival of Gellert Grindelwald did not come with ceremony or announcement, but its impact would be felt immediately, though not always recognized for what it was. He came as a visitor, a relative of Bathilda Bagshot, whose home stood not far from the Dumbledore house. At first, there was nothing to distinguish his presence from any other guest in the village, and yet, from the moment he and Albus met, something shifted. Their first conversations began simply enough, centered on shared interests, on questions of magical theory that few others had the patience or inclination to explore. Where most discussions might have ended with established answers, theirs continued, moving beyond what was known into what might be possible. It was a kind of exchange that Albus had not experienced before, not even during his years at Hogwarts. Here was someone who not only understood the same complexities, but seemed to approach them with a similar intensity. There is a particular kind of connection that forms when two minds move at the same pace. It is not merely agreement, but recognition, a sense that thoughts can be extended, challenged, and reshaped without losing their momentum. For Albus, this was both unfamiliar and deeply compelling. In a life that had become defined by responsibility and limitation, this new form of engagement offered something different. It opened a space where ideas could expand without immediate constraint. Grindelwald's presence carried with it an energy that contrasted sharply with the quiet restraint that had come to define the Dumbledore household. He spoke with confidence, not only in his understanding of magic, but in his view of the world and how it might be altered. His ideas were not presented as possibilities alone, but as directions, as paths that could be followed if one had the willingness to act. At first, these ideas appeared as extensions of the conversations they shared. Discussions about the nature of magic led naturally into questions about its application, about the limits imposed upon it, and whether those limits were inherent or constructed. The wizarding world, with its careful separation from the non-magical, became a point of focus. Why, Grindelwald asked, should those with greater understanding and ability remain hidden? What purpose did such restraint truly serve? These questions did not demand immediate answers, but they lingered. For Albus, who had already begun to consider the relationship between power and responsibility, they introduced a new perspective, one that did not simply accept the structures in place, but examined them as choices, decisions made by others that could, in theory, be reconsidered. There is a subtle shift that occurs when established ideas are viewed not as fixed truths, but as arrangements that can be changed. It opens the possibility of reimagining not only what exists, but what might replace it. In this space, ambition can take on new forms, no longer confined to personal achievement, but extending outward toward broader influence. As their conversations deepened, this shift became more pronounced. The idea of the greater good began to take shape, not as a defined doctrine, but as a guiding principle. It suggested that actions, even those that might seem questionable in isolation, could be justified if they served a larger purpose, that the well-being of many could outweigh the suffering of a few, and that decisions should be made with outcomes in mind rather than immediate appearances. For Albus, this concept did not feel entirely foreign. His own experiences had already introduced him to situations where choices carried consequences beyond the individual, where protecting one person might place others at risk, and where doing nothing could be as harmful as acting. In this sense, Grindelwald's ideas did not arrive as something entirely new, but as an expansion of thoughts that had already begun to form. Yet there was a difference, one that was not immediately clear. Where Albus's understanding of responsibility had been shaped by restraint, by the need to protect and contain, Grindelwald's perspective moved in the opposite direction. It encouraged action, encouraged the use of power to reshape circumstances, rather than simply manage them. It suggested that control, when exercised with purpose, was not something to be avoided, but something to be embraced. This distinction, though subtle at first, would become increasingly significant. In their discussions, it was easy to focus on the possibilities, on the elegance of the ideas, on the sense that they were approaching something important, something that others had overlooked. The practical implications, the human consequences of such thinking, remained at the edges, acknowledged, but not fully examined. During this time, Albus's life began to take on a different rhythm. His responsibilities at home did not disappear, but they were joined by these extended periods of conversation, of shared thought, of planning that existed beyond the immediate needs of his family. The contrast between these two aspects of his life became more pronounced. On one side, the constant demands of care and containment. On the other, the expanding vision of what might be achieved through knowledge and action. It is in such contrasts that internal divisions often begin to form, not as clear conflicts, but as parallel lines of thought that do not always intersect. For Albus, this meant holding within himself both the awareness of his obligations and the growing sense of possibility that Grindelwald represented. Each influenced the other, but they did not fully reconcile. Grindelwald, for his part, seemed to recognize this tension, though he approached it differently. Where Albus might hesitate, considering the consequences of a decision, Grindelwald moved forward, framing hesitation as limitation, as something to be overcome rather than respected. His confidence made uncertainty appear unnecessary, his clarity of purpose giving the impression that the path ahead was already defined. There is a persuasive quality to such certainty, particularly when it is combined with intelligence and charisma. It simplifies complexity, offers direction in place of doubt, and presents action as the natural response to understanding. For someone who had spent so much time weighing possibilities, considering outcomes, this directness could feel both refreshing and compelling. At the same time, there remained within Albus an awareness that was not entirely aligned with this approach. A sense, perhaps not fully articulated, that power carried risks that could not be entirely accounted for by intention alone, that actions taken in pursuit of a greater goal might produce consequences that extended beyond what was intended. Yet in this period, that awareness did not dominate his thinking. It existed alongside a growing belief that perhaps the structures of the wizarding world were indeed too limited, that change was necessary, and that those capable of understanding that need had a responsibility to act. The idea of remaining within the confines of his current life, of continuing to manage a situation that offered no clear resolution, began to feel increasingly insufficient. This was not a sudden transformation, but a gradual movement shaped by conversation, by shared exploration of ideas, and by the quiet appeal of a future that extended beyond the present. The presence of Grindelwald did not create ambition where none had existed, but it gave it direction, gave it form, and perhaps most importantly, gave it validation. In this way, the arrival of Grindelwald marks more than the introduction of a new character into the story. It represents a point at which internal possibilities begin to move toward external expression, a moment where thought begins to shift toward action, where questions of what might be done become questions of what should be done. To understand what follows, it is necessary to remain within this moment, to recognize how easily ideas can take shape when they are shared, how quickly they can gain momentum when they are reinforced, and how the line between understanding and intention can begin to blur when the path forward appears both clear and compelling. As their conversations continued, the ideas that had once appeared as distant possibilities began to settle into something more defined. What had started as questions about the nature of magic and the structure of the wizarding world gradually formed into a shared perspective, one that offered not only explanation, but direction. It was during this time that a particular phrase emerged, simple in its wording, but complex in its meaning: the greater good. At first, it did not present itself as a declaration. It appeared in fragments, woven into discussions about responsibility, about the role of those who possessed knowledge and power. It suggested that decisions should not be measured solely by immediate outcomes, but by their long-term effects. That actions, even those that might seem difficult or controversial, could be justified if they led to a more stable, more ordered world. For Albus, this idea did not feel entirely unfamiliar. His experiences had already introduced him to situations where choices carried consequences beyond the individual, where protecting one person required consideration of many others, and where inaction could lead to harm just as easily as action. The concept of weighing outcomes, of thinking beyond the present moment, had already become part of his way of understanding the world. What Grindelwald offered was not the origin of this thinking, but its expansion. He framed it with a clarity that made it seem both logical and necessary. If the wizarding world possessed abilities that far exceeded those of the non-magical, then, he argued, it followed that they also carried a responsibility to guide, to lead, and perhaps to shape the broader world in ways that would prevent conflict and suffering. This line of reasoning carried a certain appeal. It transformed power from something that required restraint into something that could be used with purpose. It suggested that limitation was not always virtuous, that hiding from the world might in fact be a form of neglect. If one had the ability to prevent harm, then choosing not to act could be seen as its own kind of failure. In this way, the greater good became more than an abstract idea. It became a framework, a way of organizing thought, of justifying decisions that might otherwise have seemed uncertain. It allowed for a redefinition of what it meant to act responsibly. No longer confined to protection and preservation, responsibility could now include intervention, direction, and control. There is a subtle but significant shift in this transition. It moves the focus from what is immediately right to what is ultimately beneficial. It asks not only what should be done now, but what outcome will matter most in the future. In doing so, it introduces a different kind of calculation, one that requires judgment, prediction, and a willingness to accept that not all consequences can be avoided. For Albus, this framework resonated with his existing patterns of thought. He had already shown a tendency to consider long-term outcomes, to weigh decisions carefully, to think beyond immediate effects. The greater good provided a structure within which these tendencies could operate more fully, offering a sense that his way of thinking could be applied not only to personal situations, but to the world at large. At the same time, it also introduced a new kind of certainty. Where previously there had been hesitation, a careful balance between possibility and restraint, There was now a growing sense that certain actions could be justified if they aligned with a broader purpose. This did not eliminate doubt entirely, but it changed its nature. Doubt became something to be examined rather than something to be followed. Grindelwald's influence in this process was significant. He spoke not only with conviction, but with a confidence that made his ideas appear complete, as though they had already been tested and proven. He did not dwell on the uncertainties, on the potential risks, or unintended consequences. Instead, he emphasized the clarity of the vision, the inevitability of the outcome if the correct actions were taken. This approach had a persuasive effect. It simplified complexity, presenting the world in terms that were easier to navigate. It offered direction where there had previously been multiple possibilities, and in doing so, it reduced the need for constant deliberation. For someone who had spent much of his life considering every angle, this sense of direction could feel both relieving and empowering. Yet within this clarity, there remained elements that were not fully examined. The idea of the greater good, while compelling, depends heavily on interpretation. What constitutes the greater good, and who determines it, are questions that do not have simple answers. They require a level of judgment that is influenced by perspective, by experience, and by the values held by those making the decision. In their discussions, these questions were not entirely ignored, but they were not given equal weight. The focus remained on the potential for improvement, on the possibility of creating a world that was more stable, more controlled, and less vulnerable to the kinds of harm that had shaped both of their lives. The methods by which this might be achieved were considered, but often in terms that emphasized effectiveness rather than limitation. It is in this imbalance that the complexity of the idea becomes most apparent. When outcomes are prioritized above all else, there is a risk that the means by which those outcomes are achieved may be given less scrutiny, not because they are unimportant, but because they are seen as necessary steps toward a larger goal. This does not immediately lead to harmful actions, but it creates a framework in which such actions can be justified. For Albus, this framework did not immediately result in drastic change. His behavior remained measured, his actions still influenced by the sense of responsibility that had been shaped by his family circumstances. But the presence of this new way of thinking began to influence how he viewed those responsibilities. They were no longer seen solely as obligations to be fulfilled, but as elements within a larger context, parts of a broader picture that extended beyond the immediate. This shift did not remove his concern for those around him, but it introduced a new layer to his decision-making. He began to consider not only what was required in the present, but what might be necessary in the future, and how those requirements might align with the ideas he was exploring. The balance between personal duty and broader purpose became more complex, less defined. There is a quiet moment in such developments where thought moves closer to intention. It is not marked by a clear boundary, but by a gradual alignment of ideas and possibilities. For Albus, this alignment began to take shape as his discussions with Grindelwald continued, as the greater good shifted from a concept to a guiding principle, and as the idea of acting upon it became increasingly conceivable. To understand this moment is not to assign judgment, but to recognize how ideas evolve, how they take form through conversation and reflection, and how they can begin to influence decisions even before those decisions are fully realized. Because it is within this evolution that the foundations are laid for what comes next, not as an inevitable outcome, but as a path that becomes easier to follow once it has been imagined. As the idea of the greater good settled more firmly into their thinking, it began to shape not only how they understood the world, but how they imagined their place within it. What had once been conversations about theory gradually moved towards something more tangible. Plans began to form, not in the sense of immediate action, but as outlines of what might be possible if their ideas were followed through to their conclusion. For Albus, this shift did not arrive as a sudden change. It developed slowly, almost quietly, through repeated discussions that built upon one another. Each idea, once explored, seemed to lead naturally into the next, creating a sense of progression that felt both logical and inevitable. The boundaries that had once defined what could or could not be considered began to loosen, replaced by a growing belief that those boundaries existed only because they had not yet been challenged. Within this space, ambition began to take on a clearer form. It was no longer limited to personal achievement or academic distinction. Instead, it extended outward toward the possibility of influence on a much larger scale. The question was no longer what could be understood, but what could be changed. And with that question came a new sense of purpose, one that seemed to align with both his abilities and the ideas he had come to accept. Grindelwald played a central role in this transformation. His certainty, his willingness to move beyond hesitation, provided a kind of direction that Albus had not previously allowed himself to consider. Where Albus had been cautious, weighing possibilities and consequences, Grindelwald encouraged movement, framing action as the natural outcome of understanding. To know what should be done, he suggested, was to accept the responsibility of doing it. This perspective carried a certain clarity, one that simplified the complexities of decision-making. It reduced uncertainty, offering a path that appeared direct and purposeful. For someone who had long been aware of the weight of his own abilities, this clarity could feel like a release, a way to move forward rather than remain within the confines of constant reflection. At the same time, this movement toward action did not entirely replace the influences that had shaped him earlier. The responsibilities of his family remained present, as did the awareness of the consequences that could follow from the misuse of power. Yet these considerations began to shift in relation to the larger vision that was forming. They were no longer the sole determining factors in his decisions, but elements to be balanced within a broader framework. It is within this balance that the idea of control began to emerge more clearly, not as domination in its most obvious form, but as guidance, as the shaping of circumstances in ways that would lead toward a desired outcome. The belief that those who understood more could, and perhaps should, take on the role of directing others toward what was perceived as better. This belief did not feel, at least in its early stages, like something harmful. It was framed in terms of improvement, of reducing suffering, of creating stability in a world that often seemed uncertain. The intention was not to impose for its own sake, but to guide, to bring order where there had been disorder. Yet within this intention lay a question that was not fully addressed. Who decides what form that order should take, and at what cost it is achieved? For Albus, these questions did not disappear, but they were set aside, or perhaps deferred, in favor of the possibilities that lay ahead. The vision being formed was compelling, not only because of its scale, but because it offered an alternative to the limitations he had been living within. It suggested that his abilities could be used not just to manage circumstances, but to reshape them entirely. The Deathly Hallows entered their discussions during this time, adding another dimension to the plans they were beginning to consider. What had once been regarded as a story, a legend passed down through generations, became something to be examined more closely. The idea that these objects might exist, and that they might offer power beyond what was commonly understood, aligned with the broader themes of their thinking. For Grindelwald, the Hallows represented tools, means by which their vision could be realized more effectively. For Albus, they carried a different significance, though one that was still connected to the same underlying ideas. The possibility of mastering death, of overcoming one of the most fundamental limits of existence, suggested a form of control that extended even further than the influence they had already begun to imagine. It is important to recognize that these thoughts did not exist in isolation from emotion. They were not purely intellectual exercises, but were influenced by the experiences that had shaped both of them. Loss, responsibility, the sense of limitation imposed by circumstances, all of these contributed to the appeal of a vision in which such limitations could be overcome. For Albus, whose life had been marked by the need to contain, to manage, to accept what could not be changed, the idea of transcending those boundaries held a particular resonance. It offered a way to move beyond the conditions that had defined his early life, to engage with the world on terms that were not dictated by necessity alone. Yet within this movement, there remained elements that were not fully aligned. The part of him that had been shaped by responsibility, by the recognition of consequence, did not entirely disappear. It continued to exist, though perhaps less prominently, as a quiet counterbalance to the more expansive ideas he was exploring. This creates a kind of internal complexity where different aspects of a person's character coexist without fully resolving into a single direction. For Albus, this meant that even as he moved closer to a vision of action and influence, there remained an awareness, however subtle, that such a path carried risks that could not be entirely controlled. The plans that began to form during this time reflected both the clarity and the uncertainty of this moment. They were detailed in some respects, outlining steps that might be taken, roles that might be assumed, and outcomes that might be achieved. At the same time, they were incomplete, shaped more by intention than by full understanding of the consequences that might follow. It is often in such moments, when possibility appears most open, that the distinction between intention and outcome becomes most difficult to see. The focus remains on what can be achieved, on the potential for change, and the path toward that change appears clearer than the complexities that lie beyond it. For Albus, this period represents a movement towards something larger than himself, a willingness to consider not only what he could do, but what he might choose to do if given the opportunity. It is not a moment of final decision, but of preparation, of alignment between thought and potential action. To remain with this moment is to understand how ambition can evolve, how it can be shaped by both intellect and circumstance, and how it can move from quiet curiosity to something more defined. It is also to recognize that such evolution does not occur in isolation, but through interaction, through influence, and through the gradual alignment of ideas that, once formed, begin to carry their own momentum. As these ideas settled into place, a quieter question began to form beneath them, one that did not announce itself directly, but remained present in the background of every conversation. It was not simply a question of what could be done, but of why it was being considered at all. Intention, often assumed to be clear, can become more difficult to define when it exists alongside ambition, curiosity, and the influence of others. For Albus, this question did not arise as doubt in the usual sense. He did not immediately challenge the direction his thoughts were taking, nor did he withdraw from the discussions that had begun to shape them. Instead, the question existed more subtly, as a kind of reflection that followed his reasoning without interrupting it. It asked not whether the ideas were correct, but what they revealed about his own motivations. There is a difference between understanding a concept and believing in it. Understanding allows for distance, for the examination of an idea, without the need to accept it fully. Belief, by contrast, carries a sense of alignment, a movement toward action that is supported by conviction. In this period, Albus existed somewhere between these two states. He understood the logic of the greater good, the reasoning behind it, and the possibilities it presented. But whether he believed in it completely was less certain. Part of this uncertainty can be traced to the influences that had shaped him before this moment. His experiences within his family had introduced him to the consequences of actions driven by emotion, to the limits of control, and to the importance of restraint. These lessons did not disappear when new ideas were introduced. They remained, forming a quiet foundation that influenced how he interpreted what he was now considering. At the same time, there were elements within him that responded to the ideas being presented. His intellectual curiosity, his awareness of his own abilities, and the sense that those abilities could be used to effect change, all contributed to a growing engagement with the possibilities before him. These were not superficial responses. They reflected deeper aspects of his character, aspects that had been present long before Grindelwald's arrival. This creates a situation in which intention becomes layered rather than singular. It is not defined by one clear motive, but by the interaction of several. The desire to understand, the wish to act, the influence of external ideas, and the internal awareness of consequence all exist together, shaping decisions in ways that are not always immediately visible. In considering whether his thinking during this time reflects something closer to ambition or to belief, it is necessary to remain within this complexity. To assume that his actions were driven solely by a desire for power would overlook the intellectual and philosophical aspects of his engagement. To assume that they were entirely selfless would ignore the personal elements that were clearly present. There is also the question of influence and how it shapes intention. Grindelwald's presence did not simply introduce new ideas. It reinforced them, gave them structure, and presented them with a certainty that made them easier to accept. Influence, particularly when it comes from someone who shares a similar way of thinking, can blur the distinction between one's own conclusions and those that have been adopted from another. For Albus, whose mind was already inclined toward deep consideration, this influence did not appear as pressure, but as alignment. The ideas being discussed did not feel imposed, but discovered, as though they had always been present, waiting to be articulated. This sense of recognition can be powerful, as it gives the impression that one is not being led, but rather arriving at conclusions independently. Yet, even within this alignment, there remained moments where the implications of these ideas could not be entirely ignored. The concept of guiding others, of shaping the world according to a particular vision, carries with it an inherent imbalance. It assumes a position of authority, a belief that one perspective holds greater validity than others. This assumption does not necessarily present itself as arrogance, but it requires a level of confidence in one's own judgment that is not easily justified. In Albus, this confidence was present, though it did not express itself openly. He was aware of his abilities, aware of his capacity to understand and to reason. At the same time, there was a restraint in how he applied that awareness, a hesitation that suggested an underlying recognition of its limits. This duality, confidence paired with caution, contributed to the complexity of his intentions during this time. Another aspect to consider is the role of circumstance in shaping intention. The limitations of his current life, the sense of being confined by responsibilities that offered no clear resolution, created an environment in which alternative possibilities became more appealing. The vision presented by Grindelwald was not only intellectually engaging, but offered a way to move beyond those limitations, to engage with the world on a different scale. This does not diminish the sincerity of his engagement with these ideas, but it does suggest that intention cannot be separated entirely from context. The desire to act, to pursue a larger purpose, may be influenced as much by the desire to escape existing constraints as by a commitment to the ideas themselves. In this sense, intention becomes intertwined with circumstance, each shaping the other. There is also the question of awareness, of how fully one understands the implications of their own thinking. At this stage, it is not clear that Albus fully recognized where these ideas might lead. The focus remained on the potential for improvement, for creating a better world, rather than on the methods that might be required to achieve that outcome. The distance between intention and consequence had not yet been fully bridged. This distance is significant, as it allows for a form of reasoning that emphasizes possibility over limitation. It enables the exploration of ideas without the immediate need to confront their full implications. For someone engaged in theoretical discussion, this can be a natural state. It allows thought to move freely, to consider what might be done without the constraints of immediate practicality. Yet it is also within this space that the line between thought and action can begin to blur. As ideas are explored repeatedly, as they are refined and reinforced, they move closer to becoming intentions that can be acted upon. The transition is gradual, often unnoticed, but it represents a shift from possibility to potential reality. For Albus, this transition had not yet been completed, but it was approaching. The alignment between his intellectual curiosity, his growing ambition, and the influence of Grindelwald had created a framework in which action could be considered not only possible, but appropriate. The question of whether it should be taken had not been fully resolved, but it had also not been dismissed. To remain with this moment is to recognize the uncertainty that exists within it. Not uncertainty as confusion, but as openness, a state in which multiple paths remain available and where intention has not yet settled into a fixed direction. It is a moment defined not by what has been done, but by what is being considered, and by the factors that are shaping those considerations. In examining this period, it becomes clear that the question of intention cannot be answered simply. It does not resolve into a single motive or a clear purpose. Instead, it reflects the complexity of a mind engaged with ideas that carry both promise and risk, shaped by influences that are both internal and external, and situated within circumstances that make certain possibilities more compelling than others. It is within this complexity that the foundation is laid for what follows, not as a predetermined outcome, but as a continuation of a process that has been unfolding gradually, a process in which understanding, ambition, influence, and circumstance come together, shaping the direction of a life that has not yet fully revealed where it will lead. The summer in Godric's Hollow, which had once seemed filled with possibility, began to shift in tone in ways that were not immediately clear, but gradually became impossible to ignore. The ideas that had felt expansive and distant were now moving closer to action, and with that movement came tension, not only between different ways of thinking, but between the people themselves. What had begun as alignment between Albus and Grindelwald now revealed differences that had not been fully visible before. At the center of this tension stood Ariana, whose condition had remained constant, though never stable. Her presence, always a quiet force shaping the household, now became a point of conflict in a way that it had not been before. For Albus, she represented responsibility, a connection to everything that had defined his earlier life. For Grindelwald, she was something else, a complication, an obstacle to the future that had been so carefully imagined. Aberforth, who had carried his own share of the burden for years, saw this change more clearly than either of them perhaps realized. Where Albus had been drawn into ideas and possibilities, Aberforth remained grounded in the immediate reality of their situation. He saw the growing distance, not only in physical absence, but in attention, in the way his brother's focus had shifted away from the home and towards something beyond it. The conflict that followed did not emerge from a single moment, but from the accumulation of many. Conversations that had once been calm became sharper. Disagreements that had once been avoided began to surface. The differences in perspective between duty and ambition, between care and action, could no longer exist side by side without friction. On the day that everything changed, the tension that had been building found expression all at once. The details of that moment remain uncertain, shaped by memory and interpretation, and by the fact that no single account can fully capture what occurred. What is known is that the three of them, Albus, Aberforth, and Grindelwald, were present, and that the argument between them escalated beyond words. It is not difficult to understand how such a confrontation might unfold. Each of them carried a different view of what was necessary, of what should be done, and of what could be sacrificed. For Grindelwald, the path forward required action, a willingness to leave behind what could not be changed. For Aberforth, the idea of abandoning Ariana, or even diminishing her importance, was unacceptable. For Albus, the conflict existed between these positions, pulled between the vision he had come to share and the responsibility he could not fully set aside. Magic, once invoked in such a moment, rarely remains controlled. It responds not only to intention, but to emotion, and when emotion is heightened, it can become unpredictable. The duel that followed was not the measured exchange of practiced spells, but something far less contained, shaped by anger, by fear, and by the accumulation of everything that had led to that point. In the midst of that conflict, Ariana was present. Her condition, already unstable, meant that she was vulnerable not only to her own magic, but to the effects of those around her. The force of the spells exchanged, combined with her own inability to control the power within her, created a moment that cannot be fully reconstructed. There was a flash, a convergence of magic, and then stillness. When it ended, Ariana lay dead. The immediate aftermath was marked not by clarity, but by uncertainty. There was no clear answer as to which spell had caused her death, no way to determine responsibility in a definitive sense. Each of them had been involved, each had contributed to the moment, and yet none could say with certainty what had occurred in the final instant. For Albus, this uncertainty became something more than a question. It became a weight that would remain with him for the rest of his life. The possibility that his own actions had led, directly or indirectly, to the death of his sister was something that could not be resolved through explanation or justification. It existed as a constant presence, shaping how he understood not only that moment, but everything that followed. Grindelwald's response to the event was immediate. He fled, leaving behind not only the village, but the plans they had begun to form together. His departure marked a sudden end to the vision that had seemed so compelling only days before. What had once appeared as a shared path now dissolved, replaced by separation and silence. Aberforth's reaction was equally immediate, though expressed in a different way. His grief was accompanied by anger, directed not only at Grindelwald, but at Albus as well. From his perspective, the sequence of events was clear. The influence of Grindelwald, the shift in Albus's thinking, the neglect of their responsibilities, all had contributed to the moment that led to Ariana's death. Whether this interpretation captured the full truth is less important than the fact that it shaped their relationship from that point forward. Trust, already strained, was broken in a way that could not be easily repaired. The bond between the brothers, once defined by shared experience, became defined by what had been lost and by the roles each had played in that loss. For Albus, the consequences extended beyond his relationship with his brother. The ideas he had been exploring, the vision he had come to consider, could no longer be separated from what had occurred. They were not abstract possibilities anymore, but elements within a chain of events that had led to a tangible and irreversible outcome. This is a critical moment, not only because of what happened, but because of what it revealed. The distance between intention and consequence, which had once allowed for exploration without immediate accountability, collapsed. Theoretical discussions gave way to reality, and the cost of those ideas became visible in a way that could not be ignored. It is in this collapse that the question of morality begins to shift. What had once been framed as a pursuit of the greater good now existed alongside the reality of loss, of harm that could not be undone. The justification that had seemed reasonable in theory no longer held the same clarity when confronted with its consequences. For Albus, this did not lead to immediate resolution. The uncertainty surrounding Ariana's death, combined with the collapse of his relationship with Grindelwald and the fracture with Aberforth, created a space in which reflection could not easily settle into understanding. There were no clear answers, no simple explanations that could reconcile what had occurred. Instead, there remained only the awareness of what had been lost and the recognition that his own path had contributed to that loss in ways that could not be fully separated from his intentions. This awareness would not define him entirely, but it would shape the way he approached every decision that followed. In the quiet that came after, the vision that had once seemed so compelling no longer held the same presence. It did not disappear entirely, but it was altered, reframed by the knowledge of what it had cost. The idea of the greater good remained, but it carried with it a new weight, one that could not be ignored or easily set aside. To understand this moment is to recognize how quickly direction can change, how ideas that once seemed distant can become immediate, and how the consequences of those ideas can reshape not only actions, but identity itself. It is a turning point, not because it provides answers, but because it removes the distance that had allowed questions to exist without consequence. In the years that followed Ariana's death, the absence she left behind did not remain a single moment in time. but became something that moved with Albus, shaping his thoughts in ways that were often quiet, but constant. It was not only grief that remained, though grief itself was present in its own steady form. It was also uncertainty, the unresolved question of what had happened in that final instant, and the knowledge that he could never fully answer it. There is a particular kind of weight that comes from not knowing. It does not settle into a clear conclusion, nor does it allow for the closure that certainty can sometimes provide. Instead, it lingers, returning at unexpected moments, reshaping memory and influencing perception. For Albus, this uncertainty became intertwined with responsibility. The possibility that his own actions had contributed to Ariana's death was something that could not be dismissed, even if it could not be proven. This possibility did not need confirmation to exert its influence. It existed as a constant presence, shaping the way he understood himself and his past. It altered the meaning of the choices he had made, reframing them not only in terms of intention, but in terms of consequence. The ideas he had once explored, the vision he had shared with Grindelwald, now carried with them the weight of what had followed. Guilt, in this context, does not always appear as something visible. It does not necessarily demand expression or recognition from others. Often, it exists as a form of quiet awareness, influencing decisions in subtle ways. It shapes what one allows oneself to pursue, what one chooses to avoid, and how one responds to the opportunities that arise. For Albus, this meant a gradual shift in the way he approached both his abilities and his place within the world. The ambition that had once begun to take form did not disappear entirely, but it was no longer something he allowed to guide him in the same way. Instead, it became something to be restrained, monitored, and, at times, deliberately set aside. This restraint was not imposed from the outside. It did not come from instruction or expectation, but from his own understanding of what had happened. There was a recognition, however incomplete, that the pursuit of power, even when framed as beneficial, could lead to outcomes that could not be controlled. That knowledge did not eliminate his abilities, but it changed how he chose to use them. In the years that followed, this change became more apparent. His actions reflected a consistent pattern of caution, a preference for observation over direct intervention, and a tendency to consider not only what could be done, but what should be avoided. These were not signs of hesitation in the usual sense, but of deliberate restraint, shaped by an awareness of consequence. At the same time, this restraint did not remove his influence. He remained a figure of considerable ability, someone whose understanding of magic and its possibilities continued to grow. Others recognized this, and opportunities continued to present themselves. Positions of authority, roles that would place him in direct control of broader outcomes, were offered, and each carried with it the potential to shape the wizarding world in significant ways. Yet again and again, he chose not to accept them. This pattern has often been interpreted as humility, as a refusal to seek power for its own sake. There is truth in that interpretation, but it does not fully capture the complexity of his reasoning. His reluctance was not only about avoiding power, but about avoiding the conditions under which power might be misused. It reflected a lack of trust, not in others, but in himself. To recognize one's own capacity for error is not a simple realization. It requires a level of honesty that is not easily maintained, particularly when it challenges one's sense of identity. For Albus, this recognition was shaped by the memory of Ariana, by the understanding that even well-intentioned actions can lead to harm, and that once such harm has occurred, it cannot be undone. This awareness influenced not only his decisions, but the way he understood leadership. Where others might have sought to act directly, to impose change through visible authority, he chose a different approach. He positioned himself at a distance, guiding rather than directing, influencing outcomes without always appearing at their center. There is a certain effectiveness in this approach, but it also carries its own complexities. To guide without direct involvement requires a careful balance, a willingness to trust others to act, and an acceptance that control will never be complete. It also creates a distance between intention and outcome, one that can obscure the full extent of one's influence. For Albus, this distance may have served a dual purpose. It allowed him to contribute without fully engaging with the potential consequences of direct action, and it provided a way to remain involved while maintaining the restraint he had come to see as necessary. In this sense, his approach to influence became a reflection of the balance he sought to maintain between his abilities and his awareness of their potential. At the same time, the presence of guilt did not lead to inaction. It did not prevent him from making decisions or from participating in events that shaped the course of the wizarding world. Instead, it influenced how those decisions were made, introducing a level of caution and consideration that was not always visible but was consistently present. It is important to understand that guilt, in this context, does not simplify the moral landscape. It does not transform past actions into something easily categorized or understood. Instead, it adds another layer, one that complicates the relationship between intention and outcome. It acknowledges that actions may be taken with one purpose, but lead to results that cannot be fully anticipated or controlled. For Albus, this complexity became part of his identity. It shaped how he viewed both himself and others, influencing his interactions and his expectations. It may also have contributed to the way he perceived those who, like himself in earlier years, sought to act with certainty, to pursue visions that extended beyond the immediate. There is a quiet recognition, in such cases, that certainty can be dangerous, not because it is inherently wrong, but because it can obscure the possibility of error. To act with complete confidence is to assume that one's understanding is sufficient, that the outcome can be predicted and controlled. For someone who has experienced the consequences of that assumption, such confidence becomes something to be approached with caution. In the years that followed Ariana's death, this caution became a defining feature of Albus's character. It did not eliminate his influence, nor did it diminish his capacity to act, but it shaped the way he engaged with both, creating a pattern in which restraint and reflection guided his decisions as much as ability and knowledge. To consider this period is to see how a single event, one that cannot be fully explained or resolved, can influence a life in lasting ways. It does not provide a clear answer to the question of what he was or what he might have become. Instead, it reveals the complexity of his development, the way in which past actions continue to shape present choices, and how the awareness of consequence can alter not only what one does, but how one understands the act of doing itself. It is within this awareness that the next stages of his life unfold, not as a return to what had been, but as a continuation shaped by what had been lost, and by the recognition that some questions do not have answers, only influence. In the years that followed, Albus Dumbledore's name continued to grow in quiet recognition. His abilities, his understanding of magic, and his measured presence placed him in a position where influence seemed almost inevitable. It was not something he actively pursued, yet it gathered around him regardless, as others began to see in him a figure capable of guiding the wizarding world through its uncertainties. With that recognition came opportunity. Positions were offered that would have placed him at the center of power, roles that carried both authority and the ability to shape decisions on a wide scale. Among these, the position of Minister for Magic stood as the most significant, a role that would have allowed him to act directly, to apply his understanding not only in theory, but in governance. He refused. The refusal, repeated more than once over the years, became part of his reputation, often interpreted as a sign of humility. To decline such power, especially when it was offered without contest, suggested a lack of ambition, or perhaps a deeper wisdom that recognized the burdens such authority would bring. Many accepted this explanation, seeing in his choice a confirmation of the qualities they had already come to associate with him. Yet the decision, when considered more closely, reveals something more complex. It was not simply a rejection of power for its own sake, nor a gesture intended to preserve a particular image. It was shaped by a deeper awareness, one that had formed in the aftermath of earlier events and which continued to influence the way he understood his own capabilities. To accept such a position would have required more than skill or intelligence. It would have required trust, not only in the system he would lead, but in himself. The ability to make decisions that would affect countless lives, to act with authority in moments of uncertainty, and to do so with confidence in one's own judgment. For many, this is the natural expectation of leadership. For Albus, it represented something else entirely. His past had introduced him to the consequences of action taken with certainty. The memory of Ariana, the unresolved nature of her death, and the role his own choices may have played in it, remained present. It was not something that could be set aside simply because time had passed, or because new opportunities had arisen. Instead, it informed the way he approached every situation in which his judgment might carry weight. There is a particular kind of caution that develops from such experiences. It is not fear in the immediate sense, but a measured awareness of one's own limitations. A recognition that intelligence does not guarantee accuracy, that intention does not ensure outcome, and that even the most carefully considered decisions can lead to results that cannot be undone. In this context, the refusal of power takes on a different meaning. It is not simply a rejection, but a form of restraint, a deliberate choice to remain at a distance from positions where the consequences of error would extend beyond what could be managed or corrected. It suggests a lack of confidence, not in ability, but in the reliability of one's own judgment when applied on such a scale. At the same time, this restraint did not remove him from influence entirely. Instead, it altered the way in which that influence was exercised. Rather than occupying positions of direct authority, he chose roles that allowed for guidance without complete control. Positions where he could advise, support, and shape outcomes without being solely responsible for them. This approach created a different kind of leadership, one that operated through presence rather than command. It relied on the trust others placed in him, on the weight of his reputation, and on his ability to see patterns and possibilities that might not be immediately visible to others. It was effective, but it also maintained a certain distance, a separation between himself and the final decisions that were made. There is a subtle distinction here, one that becomes significant over time. To lead from within a position of authority is to accept responsibility for outcomes in a direct and visible way. To influence from a distance allows for a degree of separation, where one's role is less defined and where the consequences of decisions may be shared or distributed among others. For Albus, this distinction may have provided a sense of balance. It allowed him to contribute to the direction of the wizarding world while maintaining the restraint he had come to see as necessary. It also reflected a deeper understanding of his own nature, an awareness that the combination of intelligence and influence could lead to actions that, while intended to help, might produce unintended harm. This understanding did not simplify his decisions. It did not provide clear answers or remove the complexity of the situations he faced. Instead, it introduced an additional layer of consideration, one that required him to constantly evaluate not only what should be done, but whether he should be the one to do it. There is also the question of how such decisions are perceived by others. From the outside, the refusal of power can be seen as an act of integrity, a demonstration of character that reinforces trust. It creates an image of someone who cannot be tempted by authority, who values wisdom over control. This perception, while not inaccurate, does not fully capture the internal reasoning behind the choice. It is possible to act in a way that appears selfless, while being motivated by something more complex. In Albus's case, the refusal of power may have been as much about avoiding the risk of error as it was about preserving any particular ideal. It reflects a recognition that the ability to lead does not necessarily imply the right to do so, and that stepping back can, in some cases, be the more responsible choice. At the same time, this decision carries its own consequences. To remain outside of direct authority is to relinquish a certain level of control over outcomes. It means relying on others to act, to interpret guidance, and to make decisions that may not align perfectly with one's own understanding. This introduces uncertainty, a recognition that influence, while powerful, is not absolute. For Albus, this uncertainty was perhaps preferable to the alternative. It allowed him to engage with the world without fully committing to positions where the weight of his decisions would be unavoidable. It also created a framework in which he could continue to operate, contributing where he could, while maintaining the restraint that had become central to his character. In considering this period, it becomes clear that the question is not simply whether he refused power, but why. The answer lies not in a single motivation, but in the combination of past experience, self-awareness, and a recognition of the complexities inherent in leadership. It reflects a choice shaped by both caution and understanding, one that would influence the way he approached every subsequent role. This moment, like those that came before it, does not resolve into a clear judgment. It adds another layer to the understanding of his character, revealing the ways in which past actions continue to shape present decisions. It shows how the experience of consequence can lead not only to reflection, but to a deliberate reshaping of one's path, guided not by certainty, but by an awareness of its limits. In the years after Grindelwald left Godric's Hollow, his presence did not vanish from the world in the way one might have expected. Instead, it expanded. What had once been shared ideas, spoken quietly in private rooms, began to appear in action, taking shape across parts of Europe where his influence grew steadily. Reports of his movement, his followers, and his intentions reached the wider wizarding world, and with each account, the distance between what had once been imagined and what was now occurring became increasingly clear. For Albus, this development could not be observed with detachment. Grindelwald was not simply another figure rising to power, but someone whose ideas he had once engaged with, whose vision he had, for a time, considered. The transformation of those ideas into action did not feel like a distant event. It carried with it a sense of familiarity, a recognition of something that had once been shared, now expressed without the restraint that had begun to define his own choices. As Grindelwald's influence grew, so too did the expectation that someone would oppose him. His actions, framed as efforts to reshape the world for what he described as a greater good, were accompanied by methods that revealed the cost of that vision. Control was asserted, resistance was suppressed, and the balance between intention and consequence shifted further toward outcome, regardless of the means required to achieve it. The wizarding world, uncertain of how to respond, looked increasingly toward Albus. His understanding of Grindelwald, both as an individual and as a thinker, placed him in a unique position. There was a belief, shared by many, that he alone possessed the ability to confront what had been set in motion. Yet for a long time, he did not act. This delay has often been interpreted in different ways. Some have seen it as hesitation, a reluctance to face someone he had once known closely. Others have suggested that it was strategic, a decision to wait until the conditions were right. Both interpretations carry elements of truth, but neither fully captures the complexity of his position. There existed between them a bond that could not be easily dismissed. It was not only personal, but also intellectual, shaped by shared ideas and mutual recognition. To confront Grindelwald was not simply to oppose an external threat, but to face a part of his own past, a reflection of thoughts he had once considered. This made the act of confrontation more than a matter of action. It required a form of reckoning, an acknowledgement of what had been and of how it had changed. There was also the matter of the blood pact, a magical agreement formed between them that prevented direct conflict. Its presence added a practical limitation to an already complex situation, ensuring that the path to confrontation would not be immediate. Yet, even without this constraint, it is not certain that action would have come quickly. The reasons for delay extended beyond what could be explained by magic alone. In observing Grindelwald's rise, Albus was confronted with the visible consequences of ideas that had once seemed abstract. The greater good, when applied without restraint, revealed a different aspect of itself, one that could not be separated from control and, at times, from harm. This transformation may have reinforced his own caution, confirming the concerns that had led him to step back from such thinking. At the same time, it placed him in a position where inaction carried its own consequences. Each moment that passed allowed Grindelwald's influence to grow, increasing the scale of what would eventually need to be confronted. The balance between restraint and responsibility, which had guided many of his earlier decisions, became more difficult to maintain. There is a point at which observation must give way to action, where the distance that allows for careful consideration becomes a form of avoidance if maintained for too long. For Albus, reaching that point required more than external pressure. It required an internal shift, a movement from reflection toward decision, shaped by the recognition that certain outcomes could not be allowed to continue. When the confrontation finally came, it was not framed as a moment of triumph, but as a necessary conclusion to a long and complex process. The duel between them has been described as one of the most significant magical encounters of the time, not only for its scale, but for what it represented. It was not simply a contest of power, but a meeting of two paths that had once been aligned, now fully diverged. The outcome of that duel is well known. Grindelwald was defeated, his rise brought to an end, and the immediate threat he posed was removed. For the wizarding world, this marked a moment of relief, a restoration of balance that had been disrupted. For Albus, however, the meaning of that moment was less straightforward. Victory, in this case, did not carry the simplicity it might have held under different circumstances. It was accompanied by the knowledge of what had preceded it, of the time during which action had not been taken, and of the connection that had once existed between them. It resolved the immediate situation, but it did not erase the past. There is also the question of why it was Albus who ultimately acted. His understanding of Grindelwald, his abilities, and the circumstances that had brought them to this point all contributed to that outcome. Yet within this, there remains an element of inevitability, a sense that the confrontation was not only necessary, but unavoidable, given the path that had been set in motion years before. In defeating Grindelwald, Albus did more than end a period of unrest. He demonstrated a willingness to act when the situation required it, to move beyond restraint when the consequences of inaction became too great. This does not negate the delay that preceded it, nor does it fully explain it. Instead, it adds another layer to the understanding of his approach, revealing the conditions under which he chose to engage directly. The aftermath of this confrontation further shaped his position within the wizarding world. Recognition of his role in ending Grindelwald's rise reinforced his reputation, placing him once again at the center of attention and expectation. Yet, consistent with his earlier choices, he did not fully embrace this position. He remained influential, but continued to avoid roles that would place him in direct control. This pattern suggests a continuity in his thinking, even as circumstances changed. The decision to act against Grindelwald did not lead to a broader acceptance of authority, but remained specific to the situation. It was a response to a particular set of conditions, rather than a shift toward a more active pursuit of power. In considering this period, it becomes clear that the confrontation with Grindelwald cannot be viewed in isolation. It is connected to the ideas that preceded it, to the relationship that once existed, and to the decisions that were made both before and after. It reflects not only the outcome of a conflict, but the culmination of a process that began long before the duel itself. This moment, like others in his life, does not provide a simple answer. It reveals the complexity of action taken under pressure, the interplay between past and present, and the way in which decisions are shaped by both internal and external factors. It shows how the resolution of one conflict can leave others unresolved, and how the consequences of earlier choices continue to influence what follows. To remain with this understanding is to see the confrontation not as an endpoint, but as part of a larger pattern, one that continues to unfold, shaped by the same balance between restraint and responsibility that has defined so much of his life. In the years that followed his defeat of Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore's role within the wizarding world settled into something that appeared, at least from a distance, steady and contained. He returned to Hogwarts, not as a figure seeking broader authority, but as a teacher, and later as headmaster. It was a position that allowed for influence, without the visibility of direct political power. A place where guidance could be offered in quieter ways, shaped through education rather than decree. At Hogwarts, his presence was marked by a particular kind of leadership, one that did not rely on constant intervention. Students and staff alike came to understand that he was aware of more than he expressed, that his attention extended beyond what was immediately visible, yet he rarely acted in ways that drew focus to himself. Instead, he allowed events to unfold, stepping in only at moments he deemed necessary. This approach created an atmosphere that was difficult to define. On one level, it fostered trust. Those within the school believed that he would act when it mattered, that his restraint was not neglect, but a deliberate choice. On another level, it introduced a certain distance. His reasoning was not always shared, his decisions not always explained, and those around him were often left to interpret his intentions based on limited information. There is a subtle form of control that exists within such distance. It does not present itself as authority in the usual sense, but it shapes outcomes nonetheless. By choosing when to act and when to remain still, by deciding what to reveal and what to withhold, Dumbledore influenced the direction of events without always appearing to do so. His role became one of quiet orchestration, where guidance was offered indirectly, and where others often moved along paths that had been, at least in part, anticipated. For those who worked closely with him, this approach could be both reassuring and uncertain. His confidence in allowing situations to develop suggested a belief in the capability of others, a willingness to trust that they would respond appropriately. At the same time, the lack of direct instruction meant that individuals were often left to navigate challenges without full understanding of the broader context. This pattern was not limited to students. Among his colleagues, there was a similar sense of respect combined with uncertainty. He was recognized as someone whose judgment carried weight, whose understanding extended beyond immediate circumstances. Yet even among those who trusted him, there remained questions about the extent of his plans, about what he knew and chose not to say. It is within this environment that his leadership style becomes most apparent. Rather than directing outcomes through visible authority, he allowed others to participate in their formation. This created opportunities for growth, for individuals to act independently, to make decisions based on their own understanding. It also meant that responsibility was shared, that outcomes were not solely his to claim or to answer for. There is a balance in this approach, one that reflects both strength and limitation. To guide without controlling allows for flexibility, for adaptation to circumstances that cannot be fully predicted. It also introduces the possibility of misalignment, of actions taken without complete information, leading to results that may not align with the original intention. For Dumbledore, this balance appears to have been intentional. His earlier experiences, particularly those shaped by the consequences of action taken with certainty, had instilled in him a caution toward direct control. By maintaining distance, he reduced the likelihood of imposing a single perspective on complex situations. Yet at the same time, he did not relinquish influence entirely. He remained present, observing, and when necessary, intervening. The question that arises from this approach is not whether it was effective, but how it shaped the experiences of those involved. For students, it often meant facing challenges without full guidance, learning through experience rather than instruction. This could be empowering, fostering resilience and independence. It could also be difficult, requiring decisions to be made in the absence of complete understanding. In this sense, his leadership reflects a particular view of growth, that individuals must encounter difficulty, must navigate uncertainty, in order to develop the capacity to act with understanding. This view aligns with his broader perspective on responsibility, where outcomes are shaped not only by knowledge, but by the ability to apply that knowledge under pressure. At the same time, this perspective raises questions about the role of guidance itself. How much should be shared, and when? What is the balance between allowing experience to teach and providing the information that might prevent harm? These are not questions with simple answers, and within Dumbledore's approach, they remain present, influencing the way situations are handled. There is also the matter of perception. From the outside, his restraint could be seen as wisdom, a recognition that not all situations require direct intervention. It could also be interpreted as a form of manipulation, where outcomes are influenced without transparency, where others act without full awareness of the larger context. These interpretations are not mutually exclusive. They reflect different perspectives on the same actions, shaped by the experiences of those involved. For some, his guidance provided direction and support. For others, it may have created uncertainty, a sense that decisions were being shaped by factors not fully understood. In examining this period, it becomes clear that his leadership cannot be defined by a single characteristic. It is shaped by a combination of restraint and influence, of observation and intervention. It reflects a deliberate choice to operate in a way that minimizes direct control while maintaining the ability to affect outcomes. This choice, like others in his life, is connected to earlier experiences. The awareness of consequence, the recognition of the limits of certainty, and the desire to avoid repeating past mistakes all contribute to the way he approaches leadership. By stepping back, he seeks to reduce the risk of imposing a flawed judgment. By remaining present, he ensures that he can act when necessary. Yet this balance is not without its complexities. It introduces ambiguity, both in intention and in outcome. It requires trust from those involved, and it depends on their ability to act in ways that align with the broader direction he envisions. It also leaves open the question of accountability, of how responsibility is shared when influence is exercised indirectly. To consider Dumbledore's leadership at Hogwarts is to engage with these complexities, to recognize that his approach is neither entirely detached nor entirely directive. It exists in a space between, shaped by experience, guided by caution, and influenced by a desire to balance action with restraint. This pattern, once established, would continue to influence his role in events beyond the school. It would shape how he engaged with challenges, how he guided others, and how he approached decisions that carried far-reaching consequences. In this way, his leadership at Hogwarts becomes not only a reflection of his character, but a foundation for the choices that would define the later stages of his life. When Harry Potter was left on the doorstep of Privet Drive, the decision that placed him there had already been made with care and intention. It was not an impulsive act, nor was it shaped by convenience alone. Albus Dumbledore understood the significance of that moment, not only because of what Harry represented, but because of what his future might require. The choice of where and how he would grow up was, from the beginning, part of a larger consideration. The protection offered by his mother's sacrifice created a form of safety that could be extended only under specific conditions. By placing Harry with his remaining family, within a home bound by blood, Dumbledore ensured that this protection would remain active. It was, in practical terms, the most secure option available. Yet it was also a choice that carried consequences beyond physical safety, consequences that could not be entirely controlled. The Dursley household did not offer warmth or understanding. It provided shelter, but little else. From a distance, this might be seen as an unfortunate circumstance, an outcome shaped by necessity rather than intention. Yet Dumbledore was not unaware of the nature of that home. He understood, at least in part, the environment into which Harry was being placed, and he chose it regardless. This decision reflects a particular way of thinking, one that prioritizes certain outcomes over others. Safety, in this case, was given precedence over comfort, over emotional well-being, and over the kind of upbringing that might have been considered more balanced. It suggests a belief that some forms of hardship can be endured if they serve a larger purpose, that the conditions in which a person grows may shape them in ways that are ultimately beneficial. There is a quiet reasoning behind this perspective. A child raised in comfort, surrounded by admiration and expectation, might develop in ways that align with those conditions. A child raised in difficulty, by contrast, may learn resilience, independence, and a different understanding of the world. These are not guaranteed outcomes, but they are possibilities, and in Dumbledore's thinking, they may have been seen as relevant. At the same time, this reasoning introduces a question that cannot be easily resolved. To what extent should hardship be allowed, or even accepted, as part of a larger plan? Where is the boundary between necessity and choice, between what must be endured and what could have been altered? These questions do not have simple answers, and within this decision, they remain present, shaping how it can be understood. Dumbledore's involvement in Harry's early life did not end with that initial placement. He remained aware of Harry's circumstances, informed through observation and through others who watched from a distance. Yet, he did not intervene in a direct or consistent way. The difficulties Harry faced were not unknown to him, and yet they were not fully addressed. This pattern reflects the same approach that had come to define his leadership more broadly: a preference for observation, for allowing situations to unfold, and for stepping in only at moments deemed necessary. It suggests a belief that constant intervention is not always beneficial, that experience, even difficult experience, plays a role in development. For Harry, this meant growing up largely without guidance from the wizarding world, without knowledge of his identity, and without the support that might have come from those who understood his circumstances more fully. It was an upbringing shaped by absence as much as by presence, where the influence of Dumbledore existed but was not directly felt. There is a contrast here between intention and experience. From Dumbledore's perspective, the choice ensured protection, created the conditions for a certain kind of development, and maintained a level of secrecy that was necessary at the time. From Harry's perspective, the experience was defined by neglect, by confusion, and by a lack of understanding of who he was. This difference in perspective highlights the complexity of the decision. It is possible for an action to be justified within one framework, while producing outcomes that, from another perspective, appear difficult to accept. The alignment between intention and consequence is not always complete, and in this case, it leaves room for interpretation. As Harry grew older and eventually entered the wizarding world, the effects of his upbringing became more visible. His lack of familiarity with that world, his initial uncertainty, and his gradual adaptation all reflected the conditions in which he had been raised. At the same time, he demonstrated qualities that may have been shaped, at least in part, by those conditions. A capacity for resilience, a willingness to act despite uncertainty, and a perspective that differed from those who had grown up within the structures of the magical community. Whether these qualities justify the circumstances that contributed to them is a question that remains open. It reflects the broader tension between outcome and method, between what is achieved and how it is brought about. In Dumbledore's thinking, the focus often rested on the outcome, on the necessity of preparing Harry for what lay ahead. There is also the matter of timing. Information about Harry's identity, about the events that had shaped his early life, and about the expectations placed upon him was not revealed all at once. Instead, it was provided gradually, in stages that corresponded with his development and his ability to understand. This approach reflects a belief that knowledge should be given when it can be fully processed, rather than all at once. Yet this gradual revelation also meant that Harry moved through his early experiences without full awareness of the context in which they existed. He encountered challenges without understanding their origins, and he made decisions without complete information. This approach aligns with Dumbledore's broader tendency to guide indirectly, to allow others to act within limited knowledge while he maintained a wider view. The question that emerges from this is not whether the approach was effective, but how it shaped Harry's experience. To grow without full understanding is to develop in a particular way, one that may foster independence, but also one that may introduce uncertainty. It places the burden of interpretation on the individual, requiring them to make sense of events as they unfold, rather than within a fully explained framework. For Dumbledore, this may have been seen as necessary. The nature of the threat Harry would eventually face, and the role he would be required to play, demanded a certain kind of preparation, one that extended beyond knowledge into experience. Yet the method by which this preparation was achieved remains complex, shaped by choices that balanced protection with hardship, guidance with distance. In examining this decision, it becomes clear that it cannot be understood in isolation. It is connected to Dumbledore's broader approach to leadership, to his tendency to consider long-term outcomes, and to his willingness to accept certain forms of difficulty as part of a larger plan. It reflects both his understanding of what was required and the limitations of what he was willing to change. To remain with this moment is to recognize the interplay between intention and consequence, and to consider how decisions made with a clear purpose can produce experiences that are far less certain. It is within this interplay that the complexity of his role becomes most apparent, not as a figure acting without thought, but as one navigating a path shaped by both necessity and choice, where the line between them is not always clearly defined. During Harry's first year at Hogwarts, the presence of the Philosopher's Stone introduced a situation that, at first glance, appeared straightforward. An object of immense value and potential danger had been brought into the school for safekeeping, protected by a series of enchantments designed to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The arrangement seemed secure, carefully constructed, and supported by the combined efforts of multiple skilled witches and wizards. Yet as events unfolded, it became clear that the situation was not as contained as it appeared. The protections placed around the stone, while varied and complex, did not function as an impenetrable barrier. Instead, they formed a sequence of challenges, each requiring a particular kind of skill or knowledge to overcome. In this structure, there was a sense not only of defense, but of progression, as though the protections themselves guided movement toward the stone rather than preventing it entirely. This raises a question that is not immediately answered. Were these protections designed solely to guard the stone, or did they also serve another purpose? The challenges required logic, courage, understanding, and the ability to act under pressure. They were not random obstacles, but tasks that, when viewed together, appeared to test a range of qualities that extended beyond simple magical ability. For Harry and his companions, these challenges became something more than barriers. They became experiences, moments that required decision-making, cooperation, and a willingness to move forward despite uncertainty. Each step brought them closer to the stone, but also deeper into a situation that had not been fully explained to them. They acted with limited knowledge, guided by what they believed to be necessary, rather than by a complete understanding of the circumstances. Dumbledore's role in this sequence remains, in many ways, indirect. He was responsible for bringing the stone to Hogwarts, for organizing its protection, and for maintaining awareness of the threat posed by those who might seek it. Yet, at the critical moment, when Harry moved toward the final chamber, Dumbledore was not present. His absence created a space in which events could unfold without direct intervention. This absence has often been interpreted in different ways. It may be seen as a coincidence, as a situation in which he was drawn away at a crucial moment. It may also be viewed as part of a broader pattern, one in which he allowed others to act, to face challenges directly, rather than intervening himself. Within this pattern, his absence becomes less a matter of circumstance and more a reflection of his approach. For Harry, the experience was immediate and personal. He encountered the challenges without guidance, relying on his own judgment and the support of his friends. The final confrontation, in which he faced Professor Quirrell and, through him, the presence of Voldemort, was not something he had been fully prepared for. It required action without certainty, and it placed him in a situation where the consequences were not fully understood. The outcome of this encounter, in which Harry was able to prevent the stone from being taken, aligns with the broader objective of protecting it. Yet the path by which this outcome was achieved remains complex. It involved risk, uncertainty, and the involvement of individuals who had not been given full information about the situation. The success of the result does not remove the questions raised by the method. There is a possibility that Dumbledore anticipated some aspect of these events, that he understood the likelihood of Harry's involvement, and that the structure of the protections allowed for that involvement to occur. This interpretation suggests that the challenges were not only defensive, but also selective, allowing those with certain qualities to progress while preventing others from doing so. If this is the case, it introduces a different understanding of the situation. The events of Harry's first year become not only a matter of protection, but also of preparation. The challenges faced by Harry serve to test and reveal qualities that may be necessary for what lies ahead. In this view, the experience is not accidental, but purposeful, shaped by a recognition of Harry's role in a larger context. At the same time, this interpretation raises questions about the balance between guidance and exposure. To allow someone to face danger in order to prepare them for future challenges is a decision that carries significant weight. It requires an assessment of risk, an understanding of potential outcomes, and a willingness to accept the consequences if the situation does not unfold as intended. For Dumbledore, whose decisions often reflect a focus on long-term outcomes, this balance appears to be central. The protection of the stone was achieved, but it was achieved through a process that involved the active participation of those who were still learning, still developing their understanding of the world around them. The experience they gained may have been valuable, but it came at a cost that cannot be fully measured. There is also the matter of information and how it was distributed throughout this process. Harry and his friends acted without full knowledge of the situation, making decisions based on partial understanding. This aligns with Dumbledore's broader tendency to withhold information, to reveal it gradually, or to allow it to be discovered through experience rather than provided directly. This approach can be seen as a way of fostering independence, of encouraging individuals to think and act for themselves. It can also be viewed as a form of control, where the flow of information is managed in a way that shapes behavior without explicit direction. Both perspectives exist within the same set of actions, and both contribute to the complexity of the situation. In examining the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, it becomes clear that they reflect more than a single moment of conflict. They reveal patterns in the way Dumbledore approaches problems, the way he balances protection with exposure, and the way he considers the development of those around him in relation to the challenges they face. This does not lead to a simple conclusion about whether his actions were entirely justified or entirely problematic. Instead, it highlights the interplay between intention and method, between outcome and process. The stone was protected, the immediate threat was addressed, and Harry emerged with a deeper understanding of the world he had entered. Yet, the path that led to that outcome remains open to interpretation. It invites consideration of how decisions are made, how risk is assessed, and how individuals are prepared for roles they may not yet fully understand. It is within this consideration that the broader question continues to unfold, shaped by moments that, while resolved in one sense, remain complex in another. In the year that followed, the sense of safety that had returned to Hogwarts did not remain undisturbed. Subtle changes began to appear, not immediately recognized as part of a larger pattern, but noticeable enough to create unease. Students spoke in quieter tones, certain corridors were avoided, and the feeling that something was not entirely understood settled over the school once again. At the center of this unease were the attacks that began to occur, each leaving behind a stillness that could not be easily explained. Those affected were not harmed in a permanent sense, yet the nature of what had happened suggested something far more dangerous. It was not simply an isolated incident, but part of a sequence, one that unfolded slowly, drawing attention without revealing its cause. Dumbledore remained present throughout this time, observing the events as they developed. His awareness of the situation was evident, though the extent of what he understood was not always clear to those around him. He did not immediately provide answers, nor did he move to resolve the situation in a direct and visible way. Instead, his approach followed a familiar pattern, one of careful observation, measured response, and a reluctance to act without certainty. This approach created a particular kind of atmosphere within the school. There was trust in his presence, a belief that he would act when necessary, yet there was also uncertainty. The absence of clear direction meant that others were left to interpret events as they unfolded, to respond with limited understanding, and to navigate a situation that seemed to grow more complex with time. For Harry, the experience was again immediate and personal. The events of his previous year had already placed him in a position where he was more aware of the dangers that could exist within the school, and as the attacks continued, he found himself drawn into the unfolding mystery. Clues appeared in fragments, connections were made gradually, and the process of understanding required attention and interpretation rather than direct instruction. Dumbledore's role within this process remained largely indirect. He allowed the investigation to develop without revealing the full extent of what he knew, if indeed he knew it entirely. His interactions with students and staff suggested awareness, but not complete disclosure. This created a situation in which the search for answers became a shared effort, though not one guided by a single, clearly defined path. There is a question that arises from this approach, one that has appeared in different forms throughout his actions. To what extent is it appropriate to allow uncertainty to continue when the potential for harm is present? The balance between acting too soon and acting too late is not easily maintained, and within that balance lies the difficulty of decision-making in complex situations. In the case of the Chamber of Secrets, this balance was tested repeatedly. The nature of the threat, concealed and difficult to identify, limited the effectiveness of direct intervention. At the same time, the continuation of the attacks suggested that the situation required resolution. The absence of immediate action did not remove the danger, but it did allow for the possibility of understanding to develop through other means. Harry's involvement in this process once again highlights the pattern that had begun to emerge. He acted with limited information, guided by instinct and observation rather than instruction. His decisions, while not directed by Dumbledore, occurred within a framework shaped by the environment Dumbledore maintained. The lack of complete guidance created space for independent action, but it also placed responsibility on those who were still learning. The eventual discovery of the chamber and the confrontation that followed brought the situation to a conclusion. The immediate threat was addressed, and those affected were restored. From an external perspective, the outcome aligned with the desired result. The danger had been removed, and the school returned to its usual state. Yet, as with the events of the previous year, the method by which this outcome was achieved remains open to consideration. The reliance on students to uncover and confront the source of the danger raises questions about the distribution of responsibility and the role of guidance within such situations. The absence of direct intervention from Dumbledore, while consistent with his approach, contributes to the complexity of the interpretation. It is possible to view this approach as a form of trust, an acknowledgement that those involved are capable of acting effectively, even in the absence of complete direction. It can also be seen as a calculated allowance of risk, where the potential benefits of independent action are weighed against the dangers that such action might involve. In Dumbledore's case, this calculation appears to favor long-term development over immediate control. By allowing events to unfold, by providing limited information, and by intervening only at critical moments, he creates conditions in which individuals must engage with challenges directly. This may lead to growth, to a deeper understanding of both the world and themselves. At the same time, it introduces uncertainty into the process. The outcomes of such situations are not guaranteed, and the risks involved cannot be entirely mitigated. This uncertainty is a defining feature of his approach, one that reflects both his confidence in the capabilities of others and his awareness of the limitations of direct control. There is also the matter of perspective. From within the situation, the lack of clarity can be difficult to navigate. Those involved may not fully understand the reasoning behind the absence of guidance, and their actions are shaped by the information available to them at the time. From a broader perspective, the pattern may appear more structured, with each element contributing to a larger design. These differing perspectives do not cancel one another out. They coexist, each offering a different understanding of the same events. The effectiveness of the outcome does not eliminate the questions raised by the method, nor does the presence of risk invalidate the possibility of growth that may result from it. In examining the events of this year, it becomes clear that they reinforce the patterns that have been present in Dumbledore's actions. The balance between observation and intervention, the use of limited information, and the reliance on others to engage with challenges directly all contribute to a consistent approach. This approach, while effective in certain respects, remains complex in its implications. It does not provide a simple answer to the question of how such situations should be handled. Instead, it illustrates the difficulty of maintaining control while allowing for independence, of protecting while also preparing. It reflects a way of thinking shaped by experience, by an understanding of consequence, and by a belief that development often requires engagement with uncertainty. To remain within this understanding is to see these events not as isolated occurrences, but as part of a broader pattern, one that continues to unfold across different circumstances. It is within this pattern that the complexity of Dumbledore's role becomes more apparent, not as a figure acting with complete certainty, but as one navigating a path defined by both intention and limitation, where the outcomes, though often successful, are shaped by processes that invite continued reflection. As the years at Hogwarts continued, a pattern that had once appeared in isolated moments became more clearly defined. It was not a single action or decision, but a way of approaching situations that repeated with quiet consistency. Dumbledore observed. He listened. He allowed events to take shape before stepping forward. And even then, his involvement was often measured rather than direct. This pattern did not emerge from inattention. It reflected a deliberate choice, one shaped by his understanding of how circumstances develop and how individuals respond when faced with uncertainty. To observe rather than immediately intervene is to create space, a space in which actions unfold without constraint, revealing aspects of a situation that might otherwise remain hidden. There is a certain clarity that comes from watching without interference. Details that might be altered by direct involvement remain unchanged, and the natural course of events can be followed more easily. For Dumbledore, whose thinking often extended beyond the immediate, this clarity may have been essential. It allowed him to gather information, to understand not only what was happening, but why. At the same time, observation carries its own implications. To watch rather than act is to accept a degree of risk, to allow events to continue without immediate correction. This risk is not always visible at the outset, but it becomes more apparent as situations develop. The balance between gaining understanding and preventing harm is not easily maintained, and within that balance lies the complexity of his approach. Throughout Harry's years at Hogwarts, this method appeared again and again. Situations arose that carried uncertainty, sometimes danger, and Dumbledore remained, at least initially, at a distance. He did not provide complete answers, nor did he remove the challenges entirely. Instead, he allowed those involved to engage with the situation, to interpret what they encountered, and to respond based on their own understanding. For Harry, this meant facing events without full guidance. The absence of complete information required him to rely on instinct, on observation, and on the support of those around him. Each experience contributed to his development, shaping his ability to act under pressure and to make decisions in the absence of certainty. These were qualities that would later become essential, though at the time they were formed through necessity. rather than design alone. Dumbledore's role within this process was not entirely hidden, but it was rarely fully visible. He provided context at certain moments, offered direction in limited ways, and intervened when outcomes reached a point that required it. Yet much of the time, he remained an observer, present but not always active, guiding without fully revealing the extent of his involvement. There is a distinction here between passivity and restraint. Passivity suggests a lack of engagement, a failure to respond. Restraint, by contrast, implies awareness combined with deliberate choice. In Dumbledore's case, his actions align more closely with restraint. He was aware of the situations unfolding around him, but chose not to intervene immediately, allowing events to progress before acting. This distinction, however, does not remove the questions that arise from such an approach. To act with restraint requires confidence in one's ability to judge when intervention is necessary. It assumes that the observer can determine the appropriate moment to step forward, and that the delay in doing so will not lead to outcomes that could have been prevented. For those directly involved in these situations, the difference between restraint and absence may not always be clear. When facing uncertainty, the lack of immediate guidance can feel like isolation, a sense that responsibility has been placed upon them without full support. This perspective does not negate the intention behind Dumbledore's approach, but it adds another layer to how it is experienced. It is also important to consider the role of trust within this pattern. By allowing others to act, Dumbledore demonstrates a belief in their capabilities. He assumes that they can respond effectively, that they can navigate challenges even without complete understanding. This trust is not unfounded, as those he relies upon often do act with courage and insight. Yet it also places a burden upon them, requiring them to meet expectations that are not always explicitly stated. There is a subtle complexity in this dynamic. Trust can empower, encouraging individuals to act with confidence. It can also create pressure, as the absence of guidance leaves them uncertain of whether their actions align with a larger plan. In Dumbledore's case, both elements appear to be present, shaping the experiences of those around him in different ways. Another aspect of this approach is the way in which information is gathered. By observing rather than intervening, Dumbledore gains insight into the motivations, decisions, and reactions of others. He sees not only the outcome of events, but the processes that lead to them. This knowledge becomes part of his understanding, informing future decisions and shaping the guidance he eventually provides. This method reflects a broader perspective on how understanding is developed. It suggests that knowledge gained through observation may be more complete than knowledge shaped by direct control, that by allowing situations to unfold naturally, one can see patterns that might otherwise remain obscured. At the same time, this perspective introduces an ethical consideration. The act of observing while others face risk raises questions about the distribution of responsibility. If harm occurs during a period of observation, to what extent does the observer share in that outcome? The answer is not straightforward, and within Dumbledore's actions, it remains an open question. His pattern of observation also aligns with his reluctance to occupy positions of direct authority. By remaining at a distance, he maintains a level of separation between himself and the immediate consequences of events. This separation may provide clarity, but it also creates a space in which influence is exercised without full accountability in the conventional sense. This does not suggest that he avoids responsibility entirely. Rather, it indicates that his understanding of responsibility is shaped differently, extending beyond immediate action into longer-term considerations. He appears to weigh outcomes not only in terms of present events, but in relation to future developments, balancing short-term risk against potential long-term gain. In this context, his observation becomes part of a larger strategy, one that prioritizes understanding and preparation over immediate resolution. It reflects a belief that some challenges must be encountered directly, that individuals must engage with uncertainty in order to develop the capacity to respond effectively in the future. For Harry and others at Hogwarts, this approach creates a series of experiences that, while difficult, contribute to their growth. Each situation adds to their understanding, building skills that cannot be acquired through instruction alone. Yet it also exposes them to risks that might have been reduced through more direct intervention. The balance between these outcomes is not easily measured. It depends on perspective, on whether one values the development that arises from challenge or the protection that comes from guidance. In Dumbledore's actions, both elements are present, and the relationship between them remains complex. To consider this pattern is to recognize how consistently it appears across different situations, shaping not only individual events, but the overall structure of his involvement. It reveals a way of thinking that prioritizes observation as a means of understanding and restraint as a means of maintaining control without direct authority. This approach does not resolve the question of whether it is entirely beneficial or entirely problematic. Instead, it highlights the interplay between intention and outcome, between the desire to guide and the decision to allow others to act. It reflects a perspective shaped by experience, one that seeks to balance knowledge, influence, and responsibility in a way that remains, even in its consistency, open to interpretation. There is another pattern that sits quietly alongside Dumbledore's habit of observation, one that shapes events in a less visible but equally significant way. It is not defined by what he does, but by what he chooses not to say. Information, in his hands, is rarely given in full. It is offered in parts, delayed, or sometimes withheld entirely until a moment he considers appropriate. This approach is not careless. It reflects intention, shaped by a belief that knowledge carries weight, and that the timing of that knowledge can influence how it is received and used. To reveal everything at once is to remove uncertainty, but it may also remove the process by which understanding develops. To reveal too little is to create confusion, but it may also protect against actions taken without readiness. For Harry, this pattern became increasingly noticeable as he moved through his years at Hogwarts. There were questions that did not receive direct answers, situations that were only partially explained, and truths that were delayed until circumstances forced them into the open. Each instance reinforced the sense that there was always more beneath the surface, more that was known but not yet shared. At times, this withholding appeared protective. Certain information, particularly that which involved danger or complexity, was kept from Harry until he reached a point where he could engage with it more fully. The reasoning behind this approach is not difficult to understand. Knowledge can shape action, and premature awareness may lead to decisions made without the ability to fully comprehend their consequences. Yet this same pattern also introduced distance. When information is withheld, even with intention, it creates a gap between those who know and those who do not. That gap can influence trust, not by removing it entirely, but by altering its foundation. Trust becomes based not only on what is shared, but on what is believed to be held back. In Dumbledore's case, this dynamic was often accepted by those around him. His reputation, his experience, and his demonstrated understanding of complex situations contributed to a belief that his decisions were guided by necessity. Yet acceptance does not eliminate the effects of the pattern. It simply places them within a context that is more easily justified. The use of secrecy also aligns with his broader approach to influence. By controlling the flow of information, he shapes the way events unfold without needing to direct them explicitly. Those involved act based on what they know or believe they know, and their actions contribute to outcomes that may align with a larger plan they cannot fully see. This method can be effective. It allows for flexibility, for adaptation to changing circumstances, and for the management of complex situations without requiring complete transparency. It also introduces a form of control that is less visible, but no less significant. Decisions are influenced not only by action, but by the information that informs that action. There is a subtle distinction here between guidance and manipulation. Guidance suggests support, a direction offered with the intention of helping others reach an understanding. Manipulation implies influence exerted without full awareness, shaping outcomes without explicit consent. In practice, the difference between these two can be difficult to define, particularly when both involve the selective sharing of information. For Dumbledore, the line between these concepts is not always clear. His actions reflect elements of both, shaped by a belief that outcomes matter and that the path to those outcomes may require careful management. The question that remains is whether the intention behind that management justifies the methods used. In Harry's experience, the effects of this approach become more pronounced over time. As he encounters challenges that require understanding, he often does so with incomplete information. This does not prevent him from acting, but it shapes the way he interprets events, the decisions he makes, and the risks he is willing to take. There is a particular moment when this pattern becomes especially evident, when the absence of information creates not only uncertainty, but consequence. It is not simply that Harry does not know everything, but that what he does not know affects how he responds. His actions, shaped by partial understanding, lead to outcomes that might have been different had he been more fully informed. This raises an important question about the balance between preparation and protection. To withhold information in order to prevent harm may be justified in certain circumstances. To withhold it in a way that leads to harm introduces a different consideration. It suggests that the management of knowledge, while intended to guide, may also carry unintended effects. At the same time, it is necessary to recognize that complete transparency is not always possible. The situations Dumbledore navigates are complex, involving elements that cannot be easily explained or understood in a single moment. The gradual revelation of information may reflect not only a desire to control outcomes, but a recognition of the limits of comprehension. This does not resolve the tension between intention and effect. It simply adds another layer to the understanding of his actions. The use of secrecy becomes both a tool and a challenge, shaping events in ways that are not always predictable. For those around him, this pattern requires a particular kind of response. It demands trust in the absence of complete knowledge, a willingness to act without full understanding, and an acceptance that the reasons behind certain decisions may not be immediately available. These are not simple conditions, and they influence the way relationships develop and function. In examining this aspect of Dumbledore's approach, it becomes clear that his influence extends beyond visible action. It operates through information, through timing, and through the careful management of what is known and when it is known. This form of influence is less direct, but it is deeply embedded in the way events unfold. It also reflects a broader perspective on knowledge itself. That understanding is not simply something to be given, but something to be developed, often through experience rather than explanation. This perspective aligns with his approach to growth, to the idea that individuals must engage with challenges directly in order to fully understand them. Yet within this perspective, the question remains whether the withholding of information, even when intended to guide, can alter the nature of the choices made by those who act without it. Whether the absence of knowledge changes not only outcomes, but the path by which those outcomes are reached. To remain within this question is to recognize the complexity of his methods. It is not enough to consider what he knew, but how he chose to share it, and how that choice influenced the events that followed. It is within this influence, quiet and often unseen, that another dimension of his character becomes visible, one that continues to shape the unfolding of the story in ways that are not always immediately apparent. When the signs of Voldemort's return could no longer be ignored, the world outside Hogwarts began to shift once again into uncertainty. Old fears, long thought to be resolved, resurfaced in quiet conversations and uneasy glances. Within this changing atmosphere, the Order of the Phoenix was reformed, not as a public force, but as a network of individuals working in secrecy, guided by a shared understanding of the threat they faced. Dumbledore stood at the center of this network, though not always in a visible way. His leadership did not rely on public declarations or direct authority, but on coordination, on the careful placement of individuals, and on the management of information. Each member of the Order carried a role, often defined by what they knew and what they were expected to do, and these roles were shaped by Dumbledore's broader understanding of the situation. Within this structure, Harry occupied a position that was both significant and uncertain. He was not a formal member of the Order in the same sense as the others, yet his connection to Voldemort placed him at the heart of the conflict. His experiences, his visions, and his growing awareness of what was unfolding made him both a source of information and a point of vulnerability. Dumbledore's response to this was not to draw Harry closer, but to create distance. During this period, Harry was kept at arm's length, not excluded entirely, but not fully included either. Information that might have clarified his situation was withheld, conversations that might have provided understanding were delayed, and contact between them was limited. This distance can be understood in several ways. On one level, it reflects a concern for Harry's safety. His connection to Voldemort, particularly the possibility that Voldemort could access his thoughts or influence his actions, created a risk that any information shared with him might be used against the Order. By limiting what Harry knew, Dumbledore sought to reduce this risk, to protect not only Harry, but the broader effort to resist Voldemort's return. At the same time, this approach had consequences that extended beyond protection. For Harry, the lack of information created confusion, frustration, and a sense of isolation. He was aware that events were unfolding around him, that decisions were being made, and that he was central to them in ways he did not fully understand. Yet he was not given the context that might have allowed him to engage with those events more clearly. This pattern reflects a continuation of Dumbledore's broader approach to guidance. Information is managed, revealed when deemed necessary, withheld when considered too risky or too complex. The intention behind this approach may be to protect and to guide, but the experience of it, particularly for those directly affected, is shaped by the absence as much as by the presence of knowledge. There is also a strategic element to this decision. The Order operates in secrecy, and its effectiveness depends on maintaining that secrecy. Information, once shared, cannot always be controlled, and in a situation where trust is complicated by the presence of an adversary capable of influencing thought and perception, caution becomes essential. Dumbledore's decision to limit what Harry knew may reflect this awareness, a recognition that even well-intentioned openness could lead to unintended consequences. Yet, the effectiveness of this strategy is not without question. The absence of information does not eliminate risk entirely. It changes the way that risk is encountered, shifting it from one form to another. Harry's actions, shaped by partial understanding, still influence events, sometimes in ways that might have been different had he been more fully informed. This dynamic becomes particularly evident in moments where Harry acts based on what he believes to be true, rather than on what is fully known. His decisions, driven by urgency and by the desire to respond to what he perceives as immediate threats, lead him into situations that carry their own dangers. These actions are not the result of carelessness, but of the conditions under which he is operating. Dumbledore's absence from direct interaction during this time reinforces this pattern. His presence is felt through the structure of the Order, through the actions of others, and through the broader direction of events, but his direct engagement with Harry is limited. This absence creates a space in which Harry must navigate his role without the guidance that might otherwise have been available. There is a complexity in this approach that resists simple interpretation. On one hand, it reflects a careful consideration of risk, an attempt to manage a situation where the stakes are high and the variables difficult to control. On the other, it introduces challenges for those who are directly involved, requiring them to act without the full context that might inform their decisions. For the members of the Order, this structure creates a shared sense of purpose, but also a reliance on trust. They act based on what they are told, often without full knowledge of the broader plan. This reliance on partial understanding is a necessary part of maintaining secrecy, but it also means that the full picture exists only in fragments, distributed among individuals who each see a different part of the whole. Dumbledore's role within this structure is to hold those fragments together, to maintain an understanding that extends beyond any single perspective. This position allows him to guide the direction of the Order, to anticipate potential outcomes, and to adjust plans as circumstances change. It also places him in a position where the responsibility for those decisions is both significant and, at times, not fully visible to others. The question that arises from this is not whether his decisions were effective in a strategic sense, but how they shaped the experiences of those involved. For Harry, the distance created during this time contributes to a sense of isolation that influences his actions and his understanding of the situation. For others, it reinforces the need to trust in a plan that is not entirely known. This balance between secrecy and understanding is not easily maintained. It requires constant adjustment, an awareness of how much information to share and when, and a willingness to accept that not all outcomes can be controlled. In Dumbledore's approach, this balance is managed through restraint, through the careful distribution of knowledge, and through the expectation that those involved will act with limited guidance. In examining this period, it becomes clear that his leadership continues to reflect the patterns established earlier. The use of distance, the management of information, and the reliance on others to engage with challenges directly all contribute to a consistent approach. This approach, while grounded in intention, remains complex in its effects. It does not resolve the question of whether his actions were entirely protective or whether they introduced additional challenges. Instead, it highlights the interplay between strategy and experience, between what is intended and what is felt by those who are part of the unfolding events. To remain within this understanding is to recognize that leadership in such circumstances is not defined solely by outcome, but by the methods through which that outcome is pursued. It is within these methods, shaped by both caution and calculation, that the complexity of Dumbledore's role continues to unfold, influencing not only the course of events, but the experiences of those who move within them. There are moments in a life when knowledge exists long before it is spoken, held quietly until a time that feels appropriate for its release. For Albus Dumbledore, the prophecy concerning Harry and Voldemort was one such piece of knowledge. It had been known to him for years, not in its entirety at first, but in fragments that, once understood, revealed a pattern that could not easily be ignored. The prophecy itself did not demand action in the way a direct threat might. It did not provide instructions or clear outcomes. Instead, it described a possibility, a future shaped by the actions of those involved and by the interpretations placed upon its words. It spoke of a connection, of a confrontation that would define both Harry and Voldemort, and of a choice that would determine how that confrontation would unfold. From the moment Dumbledore understood its meaning, the prophecy became part of the framework through which he viewed events. It did not replace his judgment, but it influenced it, adding a layer of expectation to situations that might otherwise have been approached differently. It suggested that Harry's role was not incidental, but central, and that his development would need to align with the path the prophecy described. Yet this knowledge was not shared immediately. It remained with Dumbledore, shaping his decisions in ways that were not fully visible to others. Harry grew up, entered Hogwarts, and began to encounter the realities of the wizarding world without awareness of the larger context that surrounded him. His actions were guided by immediate circumstances, by the challenges he faced and the understanding he had at the time. The decision to withhold the prophecy was not made lightly. It reflects a belief that certain knowledge carries consequences that extend beyond understanding. To know that one's life is connected to a predetermined conflict is to experience that life differently. It can shape perception, influence choices, and create a sense of inevitability that may alter the way one engages with the world. For Dumbledore, the timing of this revelation was as significant as the content itself. He believed that Harry needed to reach a point where he could receive the information without being defined entirely by it, that he needed to develop a sense of identity independent of the prophecy, to understand himself not only in relation to what might happen, but in relation to who he was. This reasoning aligns with his broader approach to knowledge. Information is not given simply because it exists, but because the recipient is ready to engage with it. Readiness, in this sense, is not only about intellectual understanding, but about emotional and moral capacity, about the ability to process information without being overwhelmed by it. Yet, this approach also introduces a period of uncertainty, where decisions are made without full awareness of their context. Harry's actions during this time are shaped by what he knows, which is only part of what Dumbledore understands. This difference in perspective influences the way events unfold, creating situations where the absence of information affects the choices that are made. When the prophecy is finally revealed to Harry, it does not arrive as a simple explanation. It is presented within the context of everything that has already occurred, shaped by the experiences that have led to that moment. The information does not stand alone, but interacts with what Harry has already learned, adding depth to his understanding while also introducing new complexities. The revelation itself does not dictate Harry's actions. The prophecy describes a potential future, but it does not remove the element of choice. This distinction is important, as it reflects Dumbledore's belief that individuals are not bound entirely by what is foretold, that the meaning of a prophecy is influenced by how it is understood and acted upon, rather than by its existence alone. At the same time, the knowledge of the prophecy cannot be separated from its impact. To understand that one's life is connected to a conflict of such scale introduces a weight that cannot be easily dismissed. It shapes perspective, influences decisions, and creates a sense of purpose that is difficult to ignore. Dumbledore's decision to delay this revelation reflects a balance between protection and preparation. By withholding the prophecy, he sought to allow Harry to develop independently, to form his own understanding of the world, before being confronted with the role he would be expected to play. By eventually revealing it, he acknowledged the necessity of that knowledge, recognizing that it could no longer be kept without affecting the outcome. There is a question within this balance that remains open: whether the delay in sharing the prophecy ultimately served its intended purpose, or whether it introduced challenges that might have been avoided with earlier understanding. The answer is not straightforward, as it depends on how one weighs the benefits of independent development against the risks of incomplete knowledge. For Harry, the revelation arrives as both clarity and burden. It provides context for events that have already occurred, explaining connections that were previously uncertain. At the same time, it introduces a new dimension to his experience, one that cannot be set aside or ignored. The knowledge becomes part of how he understands himself, influencing the decisions he makes moving forward. In this moment, the role of Dumbledore becomes more visible. His earlier choices, his management of information, and his understanding of the prophecy all converge, revealing the extent to which his decisions have shaped the path Harry has followed. This convergence does not simplify the interpretation of those decisions. Instead, it highlights their complexity, showing how each choice contributes to a larger pattern. The use of the prophecy as a guiding element reflects a broader aspect of Dumbledore's thinking. That knowledge, particularly knowledge that extends into the future, must be handled with care, that its influence can shape events in ways that are not always predictable, and that the timing of its revelation is as important as the information itself. At the same time, it raises questions about control and autonomy. To withhold knowledge in order to guide development is to influence the conditions under which decisions are made. It does not remove choice, but it shapes the context in which that choice occurs. This influence, while intended to prepare, also introduces an element of direction that is not entirely visible. In examining this period, it becomes clear that the prophecy serves as both a tool and a challenge. It provides insight into the future, but it also complicates the present. It informs decisions, but it does not determine them entirely. It exists within the story as a constant presence, shaping events without fully controlling them. To consider Dumbledore's handling of the prophecy is to engage with these complexities. It is to recognize that knowledge, particularly knowledge of this nature, cannot be separated from its effects. It influences not only what is known, but how it is understood, how it is applied, and how it shapes the choices that follow. In this way, the prophecy becomes more than a prediction. It becomes part of the framework through which the story unfolds, a thread that connects past, present, and future. And within that framework, Dumbledore's decisions regarding its use reveal the careful balance he seeks to maintain between guiding events and allowing them to develop, between protecting those involved and preparing them for what lies ahead. As Dumbledore's understanding of Voldemort deepened, so too did his awareness of what would be required to bring the conflict to an end. The nature of Voldemort's existence, divided and sustained through the creation of Horcruxes, altered the shape of the problem. It was no longer a matter of confronting a single opponent, but of dismantling a structure that extended beyond the visible. Within this understanding, a realization began to take form, one that carried implications not only for the strategy of resistance, but for the individuals involved. Voldemort had not simply divided his soul into separate objects. Through the events that had unfolded in Harry's early life, a fragment of that soul had attached itself to him. This connection, though not immediately apparent, became clear over time, revealing that Harry himself was part of the structure that needed to be undone. This realization did not present itself as a solution, but as a condition. If Voldemort could not be defeated while any part of his soul remained, and if part of that soul resided within Harry, then the path forward required a confrontation that would place Harry in direct opposition to Voldemort in a way that could not be avoided. The implications of this were difficult to separate from their emotional weight. For Dumbledore, this understanding introduced a decision that extended beyond strategy. It required him to consider not only how Voldemort might be defeated, but what that defeat would demand. The conclusion, once reached, was not one that could be easily accepted. It suggested that Harry would need to face Voldemort knowing that his own survival was uncertain, that the destruction of the Horcrux within him might require a sacrifice that could not be undone. This was not a decision made in a single moment. It developed gradually, shaped by the accumulation of knowledge and the constraints imposed by Voldemort's choices. Each piece of information contributed to a larger picture, one that did not allow for alternative outcomes without altering the fundamental nature of the conflict. There is a distinction between recognizing a necessary outcome and choosing to accept it. For Dumbledore, this distinction was not easily resolved. His earlier experiences, particularly those involving the consequences of decisions made with certainty, had instilled in him a caution toward conclusions that required sacrifice. Yet the situation before him did not offer a path that avoided such considerations. In forming his plan, he did not approach the matter with indifference. The weight of what he understood influenced the way he proceeded, shaping not only the decisions he made, but the timing of those decisions. The knowledge that Harry might be required to face such an outcome was not shared immediately. It remained with Dumbledore, influencing his actions while remaining unspoken. This choice reflects a continuation of his approach to information. Just as the prophecy had been withheld until a certain point, so too was this understanding. It was not given to Harry at the moment it was discovered, but held until the circumstances surrounding it became clearer, until the path forward could be seen with greater certainty. At the same time, this withholding introduced a period during which Harry acted without full awareness of what lay ahead. His involvement in the effort to locate and destroy Horcruxes was shaped by partial understanding, guided by the knowledge he had, but not by the complete picture. This influenced his decisions, the risks he took, and the way he interpreted the events around him. Dumbledore's plan did not rely solely on this knowledge. It was structured in a way that allowed for progression, for the gradual removal of Voldemort's protections, and for the eventual confrontation that would bring the conflict to its conclusion. Within this structure, Harry's role was central, not only because of the connection he carried, but because of the qualities he had developed over time. There is a complexity in the way this role is defined. It is not imposed directly, but shaped through experience, through the challenges Harry faces and the understanding he gains. By the time the full extent of his role becomes clear, it is not entirely separate from who he has become. His willingness to act, to confront danger, and to make decisions based on what he believes to be right are all elements that contribute to his readiness. Yet this readiness does not remove the significance of the choice he must eventually make. The knowledge that his actions may lead to his own death introduces a level of responsibility that extends beyond ordinary decision-making. It requires him to consider not only the outcome for others, but the cost to himself, and to weigh these elements in a way that few are ever required to do. For Dumbledore, guiding someone towards such a moment carries its own ethical considerations. To prepare an individual for sacrifice, even when that sacrifice appears necessary, is to influence the conditions under which their decision is made. It does not remove their agency, but it shapes the context in which that agency is exercised. This influence is not without awareness. Dumbledore acknowledges, in his own reflections, the difficulty of the position he occupies. He recognizes that his decisions have led to a situation where Harry must face a choice that he himself has helped to create. This recognition does not undo the decisions, but it adds to the understanding of their complexity. There is also the question of whether alternative paths were possible, whether different decisions made earlier might have led to different outcomes. This question remains open, as it depends on factors that cannot be fully reconstructed. What is clear is that within the framework that existed, the plan that emerged was shaped by necessity as it was understood at the time. The concept of sacrifice, when viewed within this context, does not stand alone. It is connected to the broader idea of the greater good, the belief that certain outcomes justify the means by which they are achieved. Yet, as with earlier instances, the application of this idea carries weight, particularly when it involves the life of an individual who has been shaped, guided, and prepared within that framework. For Harry, the eventual realization of his role does not remove the element of choice. He is not compelled to act, but he understands the consequences of not doing so. This understanding, combined with his experiences and his sense of responsibility, leads him to a decision that aligns with the path Dumbledore has anticipated. In this moment, the plan reaches its most critical point. The alignment between intention, preparation, and outcome becomes clear, revealing the extent to which Dumbledore's understanding has shaped the course of events. It also highlights the complexity of that influence, the way in which guidance, knowledge, and expectation have contributed to a decision that carries profound significance. To consider this section of the story is to engage with the intersection of strategy and ethics, of necessity and choice. It reveals a dimension of Dumbledore's character that extends beyond observation and restraint into the realm of planning outcomes that involve significant cost. It does not provide a simple answer to whether such planning is justified, but it illustrates the conditions under which such decisions are made. Within this complexity, the question that has followed his actions continues to unfold, not as a final judgment, but as an ongoing consideration of how intention, influence, and consequence interact, and how the choices made within that interaction shape not only outcomes, but the understanding of the person who makes them. As Dumbledore's understanding of Voldemort's methods became more complete, the structure of the problem he faced required a response that extended across time rather than a single decisive moment. The existence of Horcruxes meant that Voldemort's defeat could not be achieved through confrontation alone. It required the careful identification and destruction of objects that were both hidden and protected, each carrying a fragment of his soul. This task did not lend itself to immediate action, It demanded patience, investigation, and a willingness to proceed without full certainty. Dumbledore approached it as a process, one that would unfold gradually, guided by what could be discovered rather than by what could be assumed. His knowledge of Tom Riddle's past became a central element in this effort, providing insight into the choices Voldemort had made and the significance he attached to certain objects. Rather than presenting this information all at once, Dumbledore chose to share it in stages. Through a series of memories, he revealed aspects of Riddle's life, not only as historical detail, but as a means of understanding his thinking. These moments were not random. Each contributed to a broader pattern, allowing Harry to see connections that might otherwise have remained obscured. This method reflects a particular approach to preparation. Instead of instructing Harry directly on what must be done, Dumbledore provided the context necessary for him to reach that understanding himself. It was a form of teaching that relied on engagement rather than instruction, on the gradual accumulation of insight rather than immediate clarity. At the same time, this approach required Harry to navigate uncertainty. The path forward was not fully defined, and the significance of what he was learning was not always immediately clear. Each memory added to his understanding, but it also introduced new questions, shaping his perception of Voldemort in ways that influenced how he approached the task ahead. Dumbledore's involvement in the destruction of Horcruxes was not limited to guidance. He took direct action when necessary, seeking out and attempting to destroy these objects himself. The discovery of the ring and the consequences that followed illustrate the risks involved in this process. The curse that afflicted him was not anticipated in its full severity, and its effects placed a limit on the time he had remaining. This moment represents a shift in the nature of the task. What had been a long-term effort now carried a sense of urgency. Dumbledore's awareness of his own mortality influenced the way he proceeded, shaping the decisions he made regarding what must be completed and how responsibility would be transferred. In this context, the role of Harry became more clearly defined. He was not simply a participant, but a continuation of the effort, someone who would need to carry the task forward beyond Dumbledore's lifetime. The preparation he received was not only for immediate challenges, but for a future in which he would act independently, without the guidance that had previously been available. There is a balance within this preparation between instruction and discovery. Dumbledore provided enough information to guide Harry's understanding, but not so much that the process became entirely directed. This allowed for adaptability, for the ability to respond to circumstances that could not be fully predicted. It also meant that Harry would need to rely on his own judgment, interpreting the information he had been given in ways that aligned with the situations he encountered. The Horcrux strategy, then, was not simply a plan for defeating Voldemort. It was also a framework for development, shaping Harry's ability to think, to analyze, and to act under conditions of uncertainty. Each step in the process contributed to this development, reinforcing patterns that had been present in earlier experiences. At the same time, this approach introduces questions about the distribution of knowledge and responsibility. The gradual revelation of information, while effective in fostering understanding, also places the burden of interpretation on the individual receiving it. Harry's actions are guided by what he learns, but the decisions he makes are his own, shaped by the context in which that knowledge is applied. Dumbledore's decision to structure the process in this way reflects a belief that understanding must be earned, that it gains significance through engagement. It also reflects an awareness that the challenges ahead cannot be navigated through instruction alone. They require judgment, adaptability, and a willingness to act without complete certainty. There is also an element of trust within this arrangement. Dumbledore's reliance on Harry to continue the task suggests a confidence in his ability to do so, a belief that he possesses the qualities necessary to carry the effort forward. This trust is not expressed through direct statements alone, but through the structure of the plan itself, which places Harry at its center. Yet trust does not remove the weight of responsibility. To inherit such a task is to accept the uncertainties that accompany it, to act in situations where the outcome cannot be guaranteed. The gradual nature of the preparation means that this responsibility is not imposed suddenly, but develops over time, becoming more apparent as the process unfolds. The interplay between preparation and action becomes particularly significant as Dumbledore's time grows shorter. The knowledge that must be passed on, the steps that must be taken, and the decisions that must be made all converge, creating a moment in which the plan must be set in motion beyond his direct involvement. In examining the Horcrux strategy, it becomes clear that it reflects both practicality and philosophy. It is a response to a specific problem, grounded in the realities of Voldemort's actions. At the same time, it embodies Dumbledore's approach to guidance, emphasizing understanding, gradual revelation, and the development of independent action. This dual nature contributes to the complexity of the plan. It is not simply a sequence of actions to be followed, but a process that shapes those who engage with it. The outcome depends not only on the destruction of the Horcruxes, but on the ability of those involved to interpret and respond to the challenges they encounter. Within this framework, Dumbledore's role is both central and transitional. He initiates the process, provides the knowledge that makes it possible, and then steps back, allowing others to continue. This transition is not abrupt, but it is deliberate, reflecting an understanding that the completion of the task requires more than his own involvement. To consider this section of the story is to recognize how strategy and preparation are intertwined, how knowledge is used not only to guide action, but to shape the capacity for action itself. It reveals a dimension of Dumbledore's thinking that extends beyond immediate decisions into the structure of how those decisions are carried forward. In this way, the Horcrux strategy becomes a reflection of his broader approach, where outcomes are pursued through processes that balance guidance with independence, and where the path to resolution is shaped as much by those who walk it as by the one who first defined it. Among all the relationships that shaped the later years of the conflict, few were as complex or as carefully sustained as the one between Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape. It was not a bond formed through ease or shared temperament, but through circumstance, through knowledge, and through a series of choices that required a level of trust not easily explained from the outside. Snape's position within the wizarding world was uncertain from the beginning. His past, marked by allegiance to Voldemort, placed him in a category that was difficult to reconcile with the role he would later occupy. His shift in loyalty did not come from a change in ideology alone, but from a personal loss that reshaped his priorities. The death of Lily Potter became the defining moment that redirected his actions, anchoring his decisions in a form of commitment that extended beyond the broader conflict. Dumbledore recognized this shift, not as a simple transformation, but as something more layered. He understood that Snape's loyalty was not rooted in a general opposition to Voldemort, but in a specific, deeply personal motivation. This understanding did not diminish its value, but it did shape how Dumbledore chose to engage with it. Trust, in this context, did not arise from certainty. It was built through observation, through the consistency of Snape's actions over time, and through the recognition that his motivations, while complex, aligned with the needs of the situation. Dumbledore did not require that Snape become something entirely different from what he was. Instead, he accepted the conditions under which his loyalty existed and worked within them. This approach reflects a broader aspect of Dumbledore's thinking. He did not seek to simplify individuals into clear categories of allegiance. He understood that people could act from mixed motivations, that their choices could be shaped by personal experiences that did not always align with broader principles. In Snape, he saw not only the potential for contribution, but the necessity of it. The role that Snape was asked to fulfill required a level of complexity that few could manage. He was to exist within Voldemort's circle, maintaining the appearance of loyalty while acting in opposition. This position demanded not only skill and discipline, but the ability to sustain a dual identity over an extended period. It required him to operate within uncertainty, where a single misstep could have immediate and irreversible consequences. Dumbledore's decision to place Snape in this role was not without risk. It depended on the assumption that his loyalty would remain consistent, that his motivations would continue to align with the task he had been given. This assumption could not be verified in the usual sense. It relied on judgment, on an understanding of character that extended beyond observable behavior. There is a particular kind of trust involved in such decisions, one that does not eliminate doubt, but operates alongside it. Dumbledore was aware of Snape's past, of the choices he had made before his allegiance shifted, yet he chose to rely on him to place in him responsibilities that would influence the outcome of the conflict in significant ways. This trust was not passive. It was accompanied by guidance, by conversations that shaped the framework within which Snape would act. Dumbledore provided direction, not in the form of constant instruction, but through the establishment of a shared understanding of what needed to be achieved. Within this understanding, Snape was given the freedom to act as circumstances required. The relationship between them was not defined by ease or by mutual openness. There were elements that remained unspoken, aspects of their interaction that were understood without being fully articulated. This lack of explicit clarity did not prevent the relationship from functioning. Instead, it became part of its structure, allowing each to operate within their role without the need for complete transparency. One of the most significant aspects of this relationship was the role Snape would play in Dumbledore's own plans. The decision to involve him in events that would lead to Dumbledore's death was not made lightly. It required a level of trust that extended beyond immediate strategy into the realm of personal sacrifice. Dumbledore's willingness to place his life within the framework of a plan that depended on Snape's actions reflects the depth of that trust. At the same time, this decision illustrates the complexity of the dynamic between them. Snape was not only a participant in the plan, but a central figure in its execution. His actions would shape how events were perceived, how others responded, and how the conflict continued beyond Dumbledore's lifetime. This placed him in a position where his role was both essential and misunderstood. The nature of this misunderstanding was not accidental. It was part of the structure of the plan itself. By allowing others to believe that Snape's actions reflected betrayal, Dumbledore ensured that his position within Voldemort's circle would remain secure. This required Snape to accept a perception that did not align with his true role, to operate within a narrative that concealed his actual intentions. There is a cost to such a position, one that is not always visible. To act in a way that is misinterpreted, to carry out decisions that appear to contradict one's true allegiance, requires a level of commitment that extends beyond strategy. It involves the acceptance of being seen in a way that does not reflect one's intentions, and the understanding that this perception may not be corrected within one's lifetime. Dumbledore's reliance on Snape within this framework reflects a recognition of his capacity to sustain such a role. It also reflects a willingness to use that capacity as part of a broader plan, one that prioritizes outcome over immediate perception. This approach aligns with other aspects of Dumbledore's thinking, where long-term objectives shape decisions that may appear complex or uncertain in the present. At the same time, it raises questions about the nature of trust itself. To what extent can trust exist when it is accompanied by concealment, when the full scope of one's actions is not visible to others? In the case of Dumbledore and Snape, trust operates within a specific context, defined by shared understanding rather than by public acknowledgement. This form of trust is not easily replicated. It depends on a combination of factors: personal history, shared objectives, and a mutual recognition of what is required. It is sustained not through constant confirmation, but through the consistency of action over time. In this sense, it reflects a different model of relationship, one that prioritizes function and outcome over openness. In examining this relationship, it becomes clear that it plays a crucial role in the unfolding of events. It is not only a matter of individual connection, but a structural element within the larger plan. Snape's actions, guided by Dumbledore's understanding, influence the direction of the conflict in ways that extend beyond what is immediately visible. This influence, like many aspects of Dumbledore's approach, operates beneath the surface. It shapes outcomes without always revealing its presence, contributing to a pattern in which guidance is provided indirectly, and where the full extent of influence is understood only in retrospect. To consider this aspect of the story is to recognize how relationships can function as instruments within broader strategies, how trust can be built and maintained within complexity, and how individuals can be placed in roles that require both commitment and concealment. It also highlights the way in which Dumbledore's decisions are shaped not only by what must be done, but by who can do it and under what conditions. In Snape, he found someone capable of acting within this framework, someone whose motivations, though personal, aligned with the needs of the moment. This alignment does not simplify the ethical considerations involved. It adds to them, illustrating how decisions made in pursuit of a larger goal often involve layers of complexity that extend beyond immediate understanding. Within these layers, the relationship between Dumbledore and Snape stands as an example of how trust, influence, and intention intersect, shaping outcomes in ways that are both deliberate and difficult to fully define. The discovery of the ring did not arrive as a moment of triumph, but as something quieter, shaped by recognition rather than certainty. Dumbledore understood what it represented, not only as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, but as an object connected to a past that carried its own weight. The stone set within it, known through older stories, held a different kind of significance, one that extended beyond the immediate task of destruction. In that moment, knowledge and emotion did not remain entirely separate. The understanding of what the ring was, combined with what it might offer, created a brief lapse in the careful restraint that had guided so many of his decisions. The possibility of seeing those he had lost, even for a moment, was enough to draw him toward an action he might otherwise have avoided. The curse that followed was immediate and irreversible. Though contained for a time, its presence altered the course of what remained. It introduced a limit that could not be extended, shaping the decisions that would follow with a clarity that had not existed before. What had once been a long process now carried a defined end. Dumbledore did not respond to this development with denial. He accepted the reality of what had occurred, recognizing both the cause and its consequence. There was no attempt to reverse the situation beyond what could be managed. Instead, his attention shifted toward what could still be done within the time that remained. It is in this shift that the structure of his final plan becomes more visible. The knowledge that his life would end within a fixed period required decisions that accounted not only for the present, but for what would follow. The continuity of the effort against Voldemort could not depend on his presence alone. It needed to be sustained through others, through actions that would continue beyond his direct involvement. Within this framework, the role of Severus Snape became central. Their previous understanding, built on trust and shared purpose, now extended into a new dimension. Dumbledore's death, when it came, would need to serve a purpose beyond its immediate occurrence. It would need to preserve the position Snape held, to ensure that his role within Voldemort's circle remained intact. The decision to arrange his own death was not made without consideration. It required an acceptance of outcome, a willingness to allow events to unfold in a way that aligned with a broader strategy. It also required an understanding of how that outcome would be perceived, how it would be interpreted by those who did not know the full context. There is a particular complexity in choosing the manner of one's own end. It is not simply a matter of timing, but of meaning, of how that moment will influence the events that follow. In this case, the decision was shaped by multiple factors: the the preservation of Snape's position, the protection of Draco Malfoy, and the continuation of the plan against Voldemort. Draco's involvement introduces another layer to the situation. Tasked with an action he was not prepared to complete, he found himself within a path that led toward consequences he could not fully control. Dumbledore's response to this was not to oppose him directly, but to provide a way out, a means by which the outcome could be achieved without placing that burden upon him. This reflects a continuation of Dumbledore's approach to responsibility. He recognized the limitations of those involved, the pressures placed upon them, and sought to shape the situation in a way that reduced harm where possible. The decision to have Snape act in his place was not only strategic, but also protective, allowing Draco to avoid an action that would have defined his future. At the same time, this arrangement required Snape to accept a role that would further complicate his position. To carry out the act, to be seen as the one responsible, meant accepting the perception of betrayal. It reinforced the dual nature of his role, placing him more deeply within a narrative that concealed his true allegiance. Dumbledore's trust in Snape, already significant, now extended into this final act. It required confidence not only in his ability to carry out the plan, but in his willingness to do so. This confidence was not based on certainty, but on understanding, on the recognition of what had shaped Snape's choices, and how those choices aligned with the outcome that was needed. The moment itself, when it arrived, was marked by a quiet inevitability. The events that led to it had been set in motion, shaped by decisions made over time, each contributing to the path that now reached its conclusion. The act, when carried out, fulfilled its purpose, preserving the structure of the plan and allowing it to continue. For those who witnessed it without full understanding, the moment carried a different meaning. It appeared as a betrayal, a sudden and unexpected end that disrupted the sense of stability that had been associated with Dumbledore's presence. The perception of what had occurred did not align with its intention, creating a divergence between appearance and reality. This divergence was not an unintended consequence. It was part of the design, a necessary element in maintaining the conditions under which the plan could proceed. Yet it also contributed to the complexity of the event, shaping how it was remembered and how it influenced those who were affected by it. In arranging his own death, Dumbledore demonstrated a willingness to place himself within the structure of his plan, not as an observer or a guide, but as a component of the outcome. This represents a shift from earlier patterns, where his influence was often exercised at a distance. Here, he becomes part of the action itself, accepting the consequences that follow. This decision reflects both strategy and acceptance. It acknowledges the limitations imposed by the curse, while also recognizing the opportunity to shape the outcome in a way that aligns with the broader objective. It is not an act of surrender, but of control, exercised within the constraints that have been established. At the same time, it raises questions about the nature of such control. To determine the manner of one's own end, to integrate it into a larger plan, is to engage with a level of influence that extends beyond ordinary decision-making. It reflects a belief that outcomes can be shaped even at the point where individual agency might otherwise be seen as limited. In examining this moment, it becomes clear that it cannot be separated from the decisions that preceded it. It is the result of a process, one that has unfolded over time, shaped by knowledge, by relationships, and by the recognition of what is required to bring that process to its conclusion. This does not resolve the complexity of the act itself. It remains a moment defined by multiple perspectives, by intention and perception, by strategy and consequence. It reflects the way in which Dumbledore's approach to leadership, to responsibility, and to control extends even into his final actions. To remain with this understanding is to see the event not as an isolated occurrence, but as part of a larger pattern, one that continues to influence what follows, shaping the path forward in ways that are not always immediately visible, but are deeply connected to the choices that have been made. After his death, Dumbledore's presence did not disappear in the way one might expect. Though his voice was no longer heard directly, the structure he had created remained, unfolding in careful steps that continued to guide events. What had once been shaped through conversation and observation now moved forward through objects, through memories, and through the choices of those who had been prepared to act. The items he left behind were not random. Each carried meaning, not only in itself, but in the way it connected to the path ahead. They were given to specific individuals, chosen with an understanding of their roles and their capacities. The Deluminator, the Snitch, the Book, each served a purpose that extended beyond its immediate function. They were tools, but also signals, pointing toward a direction that had already been considered. For Harry, these objects became part of a process that was not immediately clear. Their significance was revealed gradually, through experience rather than explanation. This method reflects the same pattern that had defined Dumbledore's guidance during his life. Information was not given all at once, but discovered, each step requiring engagement and interpretation. There is a particular quality to this kind of guidance. It does not direct action explicitly, but shapes the conditions under which action occurs. It allows for independence, for decisions to be made by those involved, while still influencing the path those decisions follow. In this way, Dumbledore's influence continued, not as command, but as structure. The use of memory played a central role in this continuation. Through the pensieve, through recorded experiences, fragments of understanding were preserved and later revealed. These memories did not simply recount events. They provided context, insight into decisions that had been made, and into the reasoning that had shaped them. For Harry, encountering these memories altered his understanding of what had come before. Actions that had once seemed distant or unclear took on new meaning. The connections between past and present became more visible, revealing the extent to which Dumbledore's decisions had been guided by a long-term perspective. At the same time, this revelation did not simplify the interpretation of those decisions. It added depth, showing the complexity of the considerations involved, but it also highlighted the distance that had existed between knowledge and experience. Harry's path had been shaped by factors he had not fully understood, and this realization brought both clarity and a sense of weight. The continued influence of Dumbledore after his death raises questions about the nature of guidance itself. To what extent can a plan remain effective when its creator is no longer present to adjust it? The answer lies in the way the plan was constructed. It was not rigid, but adaptable, designed to respond to changing circumstances while maintaining a clear direction. This adaptability depended on those who carried it forward. Harry, along with others, was not simply following instructions, but interpreting them, making decisions based on the information available at the time. This approach allowed for flexibility, but it also required a level of trust, both in the plan and in the ability of those involved to act within it. Dumbledore's understanding of this dynamic is evident in the way he distributed responsibility. He did not place the entire burden on a single individual, but created a network of actions and roles that contributed to the overall outcome. Each person played a part, guided by what they knew and by the connections between their actions and those of others. There is also an element of anticipation within this structure. Dumbledore could not predict every outcome, but he anticipated possibilities, creating conditions that allowed for different paths to converge toward the same objective. This reflects a way of thinking that values preparation over control, where influence is exerted through the arrangement of circumstances rather than through direct intervention. The objects he left behind illustrate this approach clearly. Each one required interpretation. Each one revealed its purpose only through use. They did not provide immediate answers, but encouraged engagement, prompting those who held them to think, to act, and to discover their significance over time. This method aligns with his broader philosophy of learning and development. That understanding is not simply given, but formed through experience. That knowledge gained in this way carries greater weight, shaping not only what is known, but how it is applied. In continuing this approach beyond his death, Dumbledore ensured that his influence would persist in a form consistent with his methods. At the same time, this continuation introduces a different kind of distance. Without his presence, there is no opportunity for adjustment, no direct response to unforeseen developments. The plan must rely on its initial structure and on the ability of others to navigate within it. This creates a reliance on interpretation, where meaning is not always immediately clear. For Harry, this meant moving forward without the reassurance that Dumbledore's presence had once provided. Decisions had to be made without direct confirmation, guided by the fragments that had been left behind. This absence did not remove Dumbledore's influence, but it changed the way it was experienced, making it less immediate and more dependent on personal judgment. There is a complexity in this arrangement that reflects the broader patterns of Dumbledore's life. His influence, even in absence, remains significant, shaping events without direct involvement. It operates through structure, through memory, and through the decisions of those who continue the path he helped define. This does not resolve the question of how his actions should be understood. Instead, it adds another dimension, showing how his approach extends beyond his lifetime, influencing not only what happens, but how it happens. It reveals a continuity that is both deliberate and uncertain, shaped by preparation, but dependent on interpretation. To consider this aspect of the story is to recognize how influence can persist in forms that are not immediately visible. It is to see how decisions made in one moment can extend into others, shaping outcomes long after the original action has taken place. It reflects a way of thinking that values long-term impact, where the effects of a plan are measured not only in immediate results, but in the continuation of its purpose. Within this continuation, the question that has followed Dumbledore's actions remains present. It does not fade with his absence, but continues to unfold, shaped by the way his plans are carried forward and by the outcomes they produce. It is within this unfolding that the complexity of his role becomes most apparent, not as a figure confined to a single moment, but as one whose influence extends across the entire course of the story. There is a moment, set apart from the movement of events, where time does not seem to follow its usual course. It arrives after the conflict has reached its most intense point and before its outcome has fully settled. In that space, Harry finds himself not in the world he has been moving through, but in a place that feels both familiar and distant, shaped by memory rather than by physical reality. Within this quiet setting, Dumbledore appears once more. His presence is not as it had been before. It is not bound by the limitations of circumstance or by the roles he once occupied. Instead, it carries a stillness, a sense of completion, as though the path he had followed has reached its natural end. Yet within that stillness, there remains something unfinished, not in action, but in understanding. The conversation that unfolds between them is not hurried. It moves slowly, shaped by questions that have been forming over time. Harry seeks clarity, not only about what has happened, but about what it has meant. The events that have led to this moment, the decisions that have shaped them, and the role he has played within them, all converge into a need for explanation. Dumbledore responds with a calm that reflects both knowledge and reflection. He does not deny the complexity of his actions, nor does he attempt to present them as entirely free from consequence. Instead, he acknowledges them, offering insight into the reasoning that guided his decisions, while also recognizing their limitations. There is a particular honesty in this exchange, one that differs from earlier moments, where information had once been managed carefully, revealed in stages, or withheld entirely. It is now presented more directly. The distance that had shaped their interactions is reduced, allowing for a clearer understanding of what had been hidden. In speaking of the plan, Dumbledore explains not only what was intended, but why. He describes the necessity as he understood it, the conditions that required certain outcomes, and the way in which those outcomes were approached. Yet, he does not frame these explanations as complete justification. Instead, they are offered as part of a broader understanding, one that includes both intention and consequence. He acknowledges his own mistakes, not as isolated errors, but as elements that have influenced the course of events. His earlier attraction to power, his delay in confronting Grindelwald, and his decisions regarding Harry all form part of this reflection. They are not separated from his later actions, but connected to them, shaping the way he approached the challenges that followed. This acknowledgement introduces a different perspective on his role. It does not remove responsibility, but it places it within a context that includes growth and change. The person who made earlier decisions is not entirely the same as the one who later guided events, though the connection between them remains. There is also a recognition of the burden placed upon Harry. Dumbledore does not deny that the path Harry has followed has been shaped by his influence, that the decisions made have affected the choices Harry has been required to face. He speaks of this with an awareness that does not attempt to diminish its significance. At the same time, he emphasizes the presence of choice within that path. The prophecy, the plan, and the circumstances have all contributed to the situation, but they have not removed Harry's ability to decide how he responds. The distinction between being guided and being controlled is made clear, though it remains open to interpretation. This moment allows for a kind of resolution, not in the sense of providing definitive answers, but in bringing together elements that had previously been separate. The knowledge that was once withheld is now shared. The reasoning behind decisions is explained, and the connections between past and present are made more visible. Yet even within this clarity, there remains uncertainty. Not every question is answered, and not every aspect of Dumbledore's actions can be fully understood. The conversation does not eliminate complexity, but it allows it to be seen more clearly, to be recognized rather than avoided. There is a quiet shift in the way Dumbledore is perceived within this space. He is no longer only the guide, the one who directs from a distance, but also someone who reflects on his own actions, who considers their impact, and who acknowledges the limitations of his understanding at the time. This shift does not alter the events that have occurred, but it changes the way they are viewed. It introduces a dimension of self-awareness that adds depth to the interpretation of his role. It suggests that his actions were not taken with complete certainty, but within a framework shaped by both knowledge and doubt. For Harry, this moment provides a sense of understanding that had not been fully available before. It does not remove the weight of what has been experienced, but it offers context, allowing him to see how the pieces of the story connect. It also reinforces the idea that his role has been shaped by more than one influence and that his choices remain his own. The setting itself, quiet and removed from the urgency of events, contributes to the tone of the conversation. It allows for reflection without immediate consequence, for consideration without the pressure of action. In this space, understanding becomes the focus, rather than outcome. As the conversation draws to a close, there is no final judgment offered, no clear statement that resolves the question that has followed Dumbledore's actions. Instead, there is an acceptance of complexity, a recognition that his role cannot be defined by a single perspective. This moment stands apart from the rest of the story, not because it provides answers, but because it allows for the consideration of those answers in a different way. It brings together elements that have been present throughout, offering a view that includes both intention and consequence, guidance and influence, action and reflection. In this quiet exchange, the figure of Dumbledore becomes more complete, not simplified, but understood in a way that acknowledges both what he sought to achieve and the means by which he pursued it. It is within this understanding that the question continues to exist, not as something to be resolved, but as something to be considered, shaped by the insights gained in this final conversation. When the events of the war begin to settle, what remains is not only the outcome, but the interpretation of how that outcome was reached. Dumbledore's actions, viewed across the span of years, do not exist as isolated decisions, but as a pattern that can be examined from different perspectives. Each perspective highlights certain elements while leaving others less defined, creating a range of interpretations that do not fully align with one another. One way of viewing his actions emphasizes intention. From this perspective, the decisions he made are understood in relation to the goal he sought to achieve, the defeat of Voldemort and the restoration of stability to the wizarding world. The methods he employed, including the management of information, the reliance on others to act, and the acceptance of certain risks, are seen as necessary components of a larger plan. Within this view, the complexity of his actions does not diminish their purpose. Instead, it reflects the difficulty of the situation he faced. The existence of Horcruxes, the unpredictability of Voldemort, and the limitations of direct control required an approach that extended beyond straightforward confrontation. The choices made, while not without consequence, are interpreted as part of a strategy shaped by necessity. Another perspective shifts the focus toward method rather than outcome. It considers not only what was achieved, but how it was achieved, and the experiences of those who were involved. From this angle, the withholding of information, the exposure of individuals to danger, and the indirect nature of his guidance become central elements. This view does not necessarily deny the significance of the outcome, but it raises questions about the path that led to it. It asks whether the balance between guidance and autonomy was maintained, whether the risks taken were justified, and whether the individuals involved were given the opportunity to fully understand the roles they were asked to play. There is also a perspective that examines his actions through the lens of personal history. It recognizes that his earlier experiences, particularly those involving ambition and consequence, influenced the way he approached later decisions. The caution he exhibited, the reluctance to assume direct authority, and the preference for guiding from a distance can be seen as responses to those earlier events. From this viewpoint, his actions are not only strategic, but reflective. They represent an attempt to navigate the responsibilities of influence while avoiding the mistakes of the past. The complexity of his approach is understood as part of this effort, where each decision is shaped by both current necessity and prior experience. These perspectives do not exist in isolation. They overlap, intersect, and at times contradict one another. A single action can be understood in multiple ways, depending on the aspect that is emphasized. The decision to withhold information, for example, can be seen as protective in one context and limiting in another. The reliance on others to act can be viewed as trust or as the delegation of risk. In examining these interpretations, it becomes clear that Dumbledore's actions resist simple categorization. They cannot be fully defined by intention alone, nor by outcome, nor by personal history. Instead, they exist at the intersection of these elements, shaped by the interplay between them. There is also the question of how his actions are experienced by those directly involved. For Harry, the path he followed was influenced by factors that were not always visible to him at the time. His understanding of events developed gradually, shaped by both experience and later revelation. This creates a perspective that includes both the immediacy of his actions and the context that was provided afterward. For others, the interpretation may differ. Those who operated within the structure of Dumbledore's plans, such as members of the Order or individuals like Snape, experienced his influence in ways that were shaped by their specific roles. Their understanding of his decisions is informed by what they knew, what they were told, and what they observed over time. This variation in perspective contributes to the ongoing complexity of how his actions are viewed. There is no single narrative that encompasses all aspects, no definitive interpretation that resolves the differences between them. Instead, there is a range of understandings, each shaped by the position from which it is considered. In this context, the question of whether his actions were justified does not lead to a clear answer. It depends on how one balances intention and method, outcome and process, individual experience and collective result. Each of these elements carries weight, and the relationship between them is not easily resolved. What becomes apparent, however, is the consistency of his approach. Across different situations, similar patterns emerge: observation before action, the gradual revelation of information, the reliance on others to engage with challenges directly. These patterns suggest a way of thinking that remains stable even as circumstances change. This consistency provides a framework for understanding his decisions, even when the outcomes are uncertain or the methods complex. It allows for the recognition of intention within the variability of events and for the identification of underlying principles that guide his actions. At the same time, this framework does not remove the ambiguity that surrounds those actions. It does not simplify the ethical considerations involved, nor does it eliminate the questions that arise from the experiences of those affected. Instead, it offers a way of engaging with that ambiguity, of understanding it as part of the overall picture rather than as something to be resolved. In considering these perspectives, it becomes clear that the significance of Dumbledore's role lies not only in what he achieved, but in how his actions invite continued reflection. They do not provide a single answer, but a series of considerations that remain relevant even after the events themselves have concluded. This ongoing reflection is part of what gives his character its complexity. It ensures that his actions are not confined to a single interpretation, but remain open to examination from different angles. It allows for a deeper engagement with the questions that arise, and for an understanding that evolves over time. To remain within this space of interpretation is to recognize that the story does not end with the resolution of its central conflict. It continues in the way it is understood, in the perspectives that are brought to it, and in the questions that remain unanswered. It is within these questions that the complexity of Dumbledore's actions continues to exist, inviting consideration without requiring final judgment. Across the course of events, there are moments where Dumbledore's actions appear to align closely with a particular idea, one that had been present much earlier in his life. The concept of the greater good, once explored in conversation and theory, does not disappear entirely from his thinking. Instead, it reappears in altered form, shaped by experience and by the consequences that followed his earlier understanding of it. This reappearance is not immediate or direct. It does not present itself in the same language or with the same certainty. Rather, it exists as an underlying principle, influencing decisions in ways that are not always explicitly stated. The focus on outcomes, on what must be achieved to prevent greater harm, reflects a continuity that connects past and present, even as the context has changed. At the same time, there is a noticeable difference in how this idea is applied. Where it had once been associated with ambition and the pursuit of control, it now appears within a framework of restraint. The emphasis is no longer on leading through dominance, but on guiding through influence, on shaping events without imposing direct authority. This shift suggests an evolution in understanding. The idea itself remains, but its expression is altered by the recognition of its potential consequences. The earlier belief that power could be used to create order is replaced by a more cautious approach, one that acknowledges the limits of control and the risks associated with its misuse. Yet the presence of this idea continues to raise questions. When decisions are made that involve risk to individuals, or that rely on the withholding of information, they can be interpreted as aligning with a form of reasoning that prioritizes broader outcomes over immediate experience. The balance between these elements is not always clear, and within that uncertainty lies the complexity of interpretation. For example, the preparation of Harry for his eventual confrontation with Voldemort reflects a focus on long-term necessity. The decisions made along the way, including the gradual revelation of information and the acceptance of certain risks, can be seen as part of a larger objective. From one perspective, this aligns with a revised understanding of the greater good, one that seeks to achieve a necessary outcome while minimizing harm where possible. From another perspective, these same decisions can be viewed as carrying echoes of the earlier idea. The willingness to allow individuals to face danger, to shape their experiences in ways that contribute to a larger plan, raises questions about the extent to which the underlying principle has changed. Whether the difference lies in intention, in method, or in both becomes a matter of interpretation. Dumbledore's own reflections suggest an awareness of this complexity. He does not present his actions as entirely separate from his earlier thinking. Instead, he acknowledges the connection while also emphasizing the changes that have occurred. This acknowledgement introduces a form of continuity where past and present are linked but not identical. There is also a distinction between the application of an idea and the acceptance of it as a guiding principle. In Dumbledore's later actions, the concept of the greater good does not appear as an explicit justification. It is not stated as a rule to be followed, but rather as an element that influences decisions within a broader framework of consideration. This difference is significant. It suggests that the idea has been integrated into a more complex understanding, where it exists alongside other factors, including individual experience, moral responsibility, and the recognition of consequence. It is not the sole determinant of action, but one of several elements that shape decision-making. At the same time, the presence of this idea cannot be entirely separated from the outcomes it influences. The decisions that reflect a focus on long-term results, even when they involve immediate difficulty, contribute to a pattern that can be traced back to this underlying principle. This connection does not define the actions entirely, but it remains part of their structure. In examining this aspect of Dumbledore's thinking, it becomes clear that his relationship with the idea of the greater good is neither one of complete rejection nor of simple continuation. It exists in a space between these positions, shaped by experience and by reflection. The idea is not abandoned, but it is not applied in the same way as before. This intermediate position contributes to the ongoing complexity of his character. It reflects a process of change that does not result in a complete transformation, but in an adaptation. The elements that once defined his thinking are still present, but they are arranged differently, influenced by what has been learned over time. There is also the question of how this evolution is perceived by others. Those who observe his actions may interpret them in different ways, depending on the aspects they emphasize. The same decision can be seen as evidence of restraint or as an indication of underlying calculation. These interpretations are shaped by perspective, and they contribute to the range of views that exist. For Harry, the understanding of this evolution becomes more apparent as he gains access to information that was previously withheld. The connections between past and present are revealed, showing how Dumbledore's earlier experiences have influenced his later actions. This understanding does not simplify the interpretation, but it provides context, allowing for a more nuanced view. In this context, the idea of the greater good becomes part of a larger narrative, one that includes growth, reflection, and the adaptation of earlier beliefs. It is not a fixed concept, but one that changes in meaning depending on how it is applied and understood. To consider this evolution is to recognize that ideas do not remain static. They are shaped by experience, by the outcomes they produce, and by the reflections that follow those outcomes. In Dumbledore's case, the idea of the greater good is transformed, not into something entirely different, but into something more complex, integrated into a broader framework of thought. This transformation does not resolve the questions that arise from its application. It does not provide a definitive answer to whether the actions it influences are entirely justified. Instead, it adds depth to the consideration, showing how the same idea can lead to different outcomes depending on how it is understood and applied. Within this depth, the continuity between past and present becomes more visible, as does the change that has occurred. It is within this balance that Dumbledore's actions can be examined, not as isolated decisions, but as part of an evolving understanding that continues to shape the way those decisions are made. When the conflict finally reaches its conclusion and the immediate threat has passed, what remains is not only the outcome, but the legacy of the choices that led to it. Dumbledore's influence, though no longer active, continues to shape how events are understood, not as a fixed narrative, but as something that invites reflection. There is a tendency, in moments of resolution, to look back and assign clear meaning to what has occurred, to view the outcome as confirmation that the path taken was correct, or to question whether alternative paths might have led to the same result with fewer costs. In Dumbledore's case, both of these responses exist, often side by side. From one perspective, the result appears to justify the method. Voldemort is defeated, the structures that supported his return are dismantled, and the wizarding world moves towards stability. The plan, complex and extended over time, achieves its objective. The individuals involved, though changed by their experiences, have contributed to an outcome that benefits many. Within this view, Dumbledore's decisions are seen as part of a necessary process. The risks taken, the information withheld, and the reliance on others to act are interpreted as elements of a strategy that could not have succeeded in a simpler form. The complexity of the problem required a response that matched it, and his actions are understood in that context. At the same time, there is another perspective that focuses on the experience of those who carried out the plan. For Harry, the path he followed involved uncertainty, exposure to danger, and the gradual revelation of information that shaped his understanding over time. The weight of these experiences does not disappear with the outcome. It remains part of how the journey is remembered. This perspective does not necessarily deny the significance of the result, but it asks how that result was achieved and what was required of those involved. It considers whether the balance between preparation and protection was maintained, and whether the distribution of knowledge and responsibility could have been different. These questions do not lead to a single conclusion. They exist within the space between intention and consequence, where the effectiveness of an action does not fully resolve the implications of how it was carried out. In this space, Dumbledore's legacy becomes something that cannot be defined by outcome alone. There is also the matter of how his actions influence those who remain. Harry, having moved through the experiences shaped by Dumbledore's guidance, carries forward an understanding that is both informed and independent. He has seen the effects of decisions made with long-term objectives, and he has experienced the challenges that come with acting under limited information. This understanding does not lead him to replicate Dumbledore's approach exactly. Instead, it contributes to the formation of his own perspective, one that includes awareness of both the strengths and the complexities of the methods he has encountered. In this way, Dumbledore's influence continues, not as a set of instructions to be followed, but as a framework to be considered. For others, the interpretation of Dumbledore's actions may differ. Those who observed him from a distance may focus on the outcome, on the role he played in bringing the conflict to an end. Those who were more directly involved may place greater emphasis on the process, on the experiences that shaped their understanding of his decisions. These differing interpretations contribute to a legacy that is not uniform. It does not present a single image, but a range of perspectives that reflect the complexity of his role. Each perspective highlights certain aspects while leaving others less defined, creating a broader picture that remains open to examination. In this context, legacy becomes less about conclusion and more about continuation. It is not a final statement, but an ongoing consideration of how actions are understood and how they influence what follows. Dumbledore's decisions, while part of a completed sequence of events, continue to shape the way those events are interpreted. There is also a broader implication in how his legacy is considered. It reflects the way in which leadership is evaluated, not only by its outcomes, but by the methods it employs. It raises questions about the balance between guiding and controlling, between protecting and preparing, and about how these elements interact in complex situations. These questions are not unique to his story. They extend beyond it, inviting consideration of how similar patterns might appear in other contexts. The specifics may differ, but the underlying themes, the relationship between intention, method, and consequence, remain relevant. In examining Dumbledore's legacy, it becomes clear that it cannot be separated from these themes. His actions are part of a larger pattern that reflects both his understanding of the world and the limitations within which he operated. They demonstrate the difficulty of navigating situations where outcomes are uncertain and where the path to those outcomes involves multiple considerations. This difficulty does not diminish the significance of what was achieved, but it adds depth to the understanding of how it was achieved. It shows that even in moments of resolution, complexity remains, shaping the way events are remembered and the way they influence future perspectives. To remain within this understanding is to recognize that legacy is not a fixed conclusion. It is shaped by the way actions are interpreted, by the perspectives brought to them, and by the questions that continue to arise. In Dumbledore's case, this legacy reflects the interplay between success and method, between intention and experience, and between the clarity of outcome and the ambiguity of the path that led to it. It is within this interplay that the story continues to exist, not as a completed narrative, but as a subject of ongoing reflection, where the meaning of actions is considered in relation to both what was achieved and how it was brought about. When all the events have settled into memory and the immediate urgency has passed, the question that remains is not one that can be answered directly. It does not present itself as a simple judgment, nor does it resolve into a clear conclusion. Instead, it exists as a consideration shaped by the accumulation of actions, decisions, and their consequences. To ask whether Dumbledore was evil is to approach his character from a position that seeks definition, a boundary that separates one idea from another. Yet the pattern of his actions resists such boundaries. They do not align entirely with a single interpretation, but move between intention and outcome, between guidance and control, between protection and exposure. There are moments that suggest a careful and deliberate effort to prevent harm, where his decisions reflect a focus on long-term stability and the reduction of greater threats. These moments emphasize his role as a guide, someone who sees beyond immediate circumstances and acts with an awareness of broader consequences. At the same time, there are moments where his methods introduce uncertainty, where information is withheld, and where individuals are placed in situations that carry risk. These moments do not negate his intentions, but they complicate them, raising questions about how those intentions are carried out and how they are experienced by others. It is within this complexity that the question remains unresolved. To define his actions as entirely good would overlook the challenges and consequences that accompany them. To define them as entirely harmful would ignore the purpose and the outcomes that shaped them. The reality exists between these positions, where each decision contributes to a broader pattern that cannot be reduced to a single idea. There is also the matter of change. The Dumbledore, who once spoke of the greater good in a different context, is not identical to the one who later guided events at Hogwarts and beyond. His understanding evolved, influenced by experience and by the recognition of earlier mistakes. This evolution does not erase the past, but it shapes the way he engages with the present. In considering this change, it becomes clear that his actions are part of a process rather than a fixed state. They reflect an ongoing engagement with the challenges he faces and with the limitations of his own understanding. This process does not lead to perfection, but to adaptation, where each decision is informed by what has come before. The role he plays within the story is therefore not easily categorized. He is not simply a figure of authority, nor is he entirely removed from the consequences of his actions. He exists within the structure he helps to create, influencing it while also being shaped by it. For those who experienced his guidance, the interpretation of his actions may vary. Some may see in him a source of direction and support, while others may focus on the uncertainties and risks that accompanied his methods. These perspectives are not mutually exclusive. They reflect different aspects of the same set of actions, each contributing to the overall understanding. There is a particular quality to this kind of complexity. It does not provide closure, but it allows for continued reflection. The absence of a definitive answer does not diminish the significance of the question. Instead, it highlights the depth of the considerations involved and the way in which different elements interact. In this sense, the question of whether Dumbledore was evil becomes less about reaching a conclusion and more about examining the nature of his decisions. It invites a consideration of how intention, method, and consequence relate to one another, and how these relationships shape the way actions are understood. This examination does not require a final judgment. It allows for the recognition that individuals can act with purpose while also introducing complexity, that outcomes can be beneficial while the path to those outcomes remains open to question. It acknowledges that understanding is not always complete and that interpretation can evolve over time. As the story moves into its final moments, what remains is not a single answer, but a series of connected ideas. The influence of Dumbledore's actions continues, not in the form of direct involvement, but in the way they are remembered and considered. His role becomes part of a larger reflection on leadership, on responsibility, and on the balance between guiding and allowing others to act. This reflection does not end with the conclusion of events. It extends beyond them, shaped by the perspectives of those who engage with the story. Each interpretation adds to the understanding, creating a broader view that includes both the clarity of outcome and the ambiguity of method. To remain within this space is to accept that not all questions lead to simple answers. It is to recognize that complexity can be an essential part of understanding, and that the absence of certainty does not diminish the value of the inquiry. In the end, the question itself becomes part of the story, not as something to be resolved, but as something to be considered, revisited, and understood in different ways. It is within this ongoing consideration that the figure of Dumbledore continues to exist, shaped by the interplay of intention, action, and consequence, and by the perspectives through which those elements are viewed. As the story comes to rest, what remains is not a final answer, but a quiet space for reflection. The figure of Dumbledore does not resolve into something simple or singular. Instead, he exists within the complexity of his choices, shaped by intention, by consequence, and by the passage of time that connects them. There are moments that suggest care, foresight, and restraint, and others that introduce uncertainty, distance, and risk. These moments do not cancel one another. They exist together, forming a pattern that invites consideration rather than judgment. The question of what he was is not answered directly, but explored through what he did and how those actions were experienced by others. In this way, the story continues beyond its ending. It remains in the thoughts that return to these moments, in the different perspectives that shape their meaning, and in the understanding that develops slowly, over time. There is no need to settle the question completely. It is enough to recognize its presence and to consider what it reveals. And as everything grows quiet, the reflection lingers, not as a conclusion, but as something ongoing, carried gently forward, where understanding is not fixed, but continues to unfold.